Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm coming to you by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1464 of the War News stream. And we have a brand new fresh war to report on today. What a shocker on that one. We've seen that Pakistan has declared war on the Taliban in Afghanistan amid massive attacks on Kabul, which is the capital, and it's popping off quick, I would say. We're also seeing that Iran has rejected the final offer from U.S. officials on a nuclear deal, meaning the cards are pretty much stacked against Iran at this point. And also, a big one, Russia apparently fired a drone near a French warship today, which is one of their biggest carriers. And we have a lot of news, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as there have been significant developments today in between Pakistan and Afghanistan, as Pakistan has officially declared war against the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, also called by many the Taliban, and have conducted significant airstrikes on the city of Kabul, and also significant artillery bombardments of Taliban positions across the border. In turn, the Taliban has declared a ground offensive into Pakistan, and we have seen significant firefights breaking out along the entirety of the border just west of the capital of Islamabad. We have also been able to additionally hear that apparently the Islamic Emirate, well, the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, to make sure that we get that clear, is actually stating that Afghanistan is a puppet of India, and they will now be seeking to completely dismantle the Taliban government due to it being a puppet in general, a do-well or ne'er-do-well of the Republic of India. That's largely the official statement out of the Pakistani government today. Outside of that, we have also been able to hear that within Malmo, Sweden, the French nuclear-powered aircraft carrier Charles De Gaulle was actually buzzed today by a Russian drone that was launched at the aircraft carrier. Swedish authorities were able to apparently swat the drone away with some sort of anti-drone systems, but nevertheless, this has left the Swedish and French governments heavily incensed, is the best way to describe it, considering that it did happen within a Swedish port against the only other nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in the world that is not currently within the United States Navy. We've also been able to see that the Russian Federation has been dealing with significant damage today, with even further drone attacks and damage being conducted throughout the entirety of the Russian Federation by the armed forces of Ukraine. The Russian Federation has also stated today that there will be no deadline for ending the war in Ukraine, and they will keep it going until they win, which sounds to me like we can definitely get some guys over there like, I don't know, Witkoff or someone and talk to them about making a deal. Sounds like they really want one. We also were able to hear within Geneva, Switzerland, that speaking of Witkoff and all of them, they talked to the Iranians a third time, and it appears that the Iranians have completely refused all U.S. demands this time openly. Sounds like they're not really dying to make a deal, and it also appears that as of today, we have been able to hear that U.S. military officials have apprised the president of different strike options that could be conducted, and this happened simultaneously as the USS Gerald R. Ford has arrived in theater within the Eastern Mediterranean, along with its entire carrier strike group, and is ready to conduct military actions against the Islamic Republic of Iran or for general air defense in the broader regions of the western side of the Middle East or the Arabian Peninsula. The state of Israel has also seen some significant activity today as well, as the Israeli Air Forces have been conducting significant air bombardments of the Baalbek Valley area within northern Lebanon, as it appears that they are attempting to completely wipe Hezbollah's combat capabilities out before this war begins. We believe that this is clear preparatory actions at this point for a larger war with Iran, as we have heard Hezbollah commanders make it incredibly clear that they will join in on the conflict whether the United States or Israel bombs Iran, and they will be attempting to help the Iranians overwhelm Israeli short-range air defenses with their homemade bottle rockets that they fire off from inside of Lebanon. For this reason, the Israelis are trying to blow up the bottle rocket stashes before they can be used against the state of Israel. We've also been able to see significant U.S. armed force deployments within the area of the state of Israel, including the Tel Aviv International Airport within the city of Tel Aviv, and also at the Avda Air Base, as Chinese satellite footage has once again shown the F-22s now landed and apparently operating from the tarmac and ramps of the Avda Air Base within the southern point of Israel. We've also seen within the Islamic Republic of Iran that a continued rash of fires is continuing to break out throughout the country, as within the city of Abdanan, in the most western corner of the Islamic Republic of Iran, basically on the Iraqi border, a industrial center appears to have caught on fire. We believe that the industrial center may have been involved in some form of production of wartime materials and equipment for the Islamic Republic of Iran, or dual-purpose goods, which appears to be showing us that a ongoing sabotage operation is still ongoing on the ground and creating significant damage. The Islamic Republic of Iran's government has further reiterated today that they are unlikely to accept U.S. plans, and that was also further assessed to be accurate by the Institute for the Study of War, and we also were able to see that the Iranians did lob another threat that they'll be completely destroying the United States in hellfire and fury for their absolutely wicked ways, as they made official statements once again today. We've also been able to see that the North Koreans in a nighttime parade have actually displayed the surviving forces of the Korean Expeditionary Force that were apparently deployed to the Kursk Oblast a little while ago. They actually were once again involved in a parade today, which we were able to see, and we were able to note that it appears that this unit is now being treated a lot better than it was even before they were sent to Kursk, considering that they were already one of the most elite units in North Korea. Additionally, we've also been able to see that the Chinese Coast Guard did violate the territorial waters of the Kinmen County Islands under the ownership and jurisdiction of the Republic of China on the island of Taiwan, which then led to the Republic of China's Coast Guard intercepting the Communist Chinese Coast Guard and escorting them out of the waters around the area of Kinmen County. We believe this is a fairly significant low-level coercion effort that the Chinese are starting to introduce on a regular basis, and that is the reason why it's made it into our coverage tonight. Further on than that, we have also been able to hear that the ongoing cartel war is continuing within Mexico, as we were able to confirm that as of today, Mexican security forces have now killed the right-hand man of El Mencho, which largely was considered to be the de facto head of the Jalisco New Generation cartel, even as a new leader, El Mencho's son, has been appointed by the cartel to take command of its leadership. In the meantime, we do believe that the right-hand man of El Mencho was actually conducting the ground operations, and it now appears that he was killed in a Mexican Special Forces raid today. We've also been able to hear that one of the leaders of the Gulf Cartel along the U.S.-Mexican border has also been captured as well today by Mexican Special Forces. But we actually have some breaking news coming out at this moment. I'm going to have to stop our summary here so that we can try and get to it. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so let's go ahead and take a brief moment to jump into the Middle East. Right now, we're getting fresh reports that there's apparently a significant tick, or a major uptick, I would say, of GPS jamming being reported across Iran, and especially including the capital city of Tehran right this minute. We're also hearing of additional disruptions across the country, including other Middle Eastern nations that apparently has just had a major increase. Also, in addition to that, we've just heard from Canada's diplomatic forces that they're telling their people to leave Iran now if you can do so safely. So that's another big announcement right there. Canada is telling their people to get out as quick as they possibly can. So we're not exactly sure what this is about, but I think we all have a sort of an idea of what's going on with this. So it looks like we're reaching 0 hour, pretty close. But Enforcer, what say you?
And it does appear that we are getting some fairly interesting developments out of the Canada's consular services, which has apparently put out a statement stating that all Canadian citizens within Iran need to leave at this point immediately for their own safety. And we've also been able to see that it appears that there is a significant uptick in GPS jamming happening particularly around Azerbaijan, what appears to be a flight corridor that the U.S. has been using into Turkey, and also around the capital of Tehran, and extending about halfway down towards Isfahan, but also covering the city of Qom within the northern central regions of the Islamic Republic of Iran. A fairly interesting development to say the least, and it'll probably add in heavily, especially at this point, into the news and coverage that we're getting of the broader diplomatic developments that have happened today between the United States and Iran. But getting on out of these breaking news elements, we do also have to get y'all into the rest of our news summary, which was not over yet, so I have to make sure to conclude this before we actually get on into the actual news. We also were able to hear that the United States of America's government, through the Department of State, has confirmed that the boat that was shot at by Cuban Coast Guard forces within the area of the Cuban coast less than a mile away was in fact an American vessel, and that the identity of the ship, or more so boat, has been confirmed, and now they are stating that they will be acting accordingly. We don't know what that means. We've also been able to see that the Ukrainian armed forces have continued to absolutely dominate on the battlefield, if we could put it that way, and have been able to conduct significant losses onto the Russian Federation's armed forces, with around 1,400 Russian soldiers killed and wounded within the past 24 hours, which is a fairly high number for this period of the war. But with that in mind, folks, it is time for us to get on into all of this news, of course starting as tradition dictates on the channel with our largest stories first, and then working our way on down into these smaller stories throughout the night. We have, of course, nothing but major stories tonight, so there isn't really a lot of small stories that we're going to be getting to later. It's basically large story after large story once again tonight. Moving us on and into the area of Afghanistan and Pakistan, we do have to cover the brand new war that has broken out today. If anyone had it on their bingo card that a war between the Taliban and Pakistan was going to happen within February of this year, you can go ahead and put a little chip on top of that spot on the bingo card, because we're getting towards basically every conflict that we could imagine happening this year, and couldn't even imagine happening this year, happening within basically the opening part of this year. We have been able to hear that earlier today, as a result of prior tensions that have existed between the Afghans and the Pakistanis, that the Afghan armed forces, also called the Taliban, have now conducted another surprise offensive against Pakistani forces around the area of the city of Peshawar, and about as far down as the area of Chaman along the Afghan border. We don't have a lot of footage that came out of the Chaman area around the Kandahar province, but we do have a lot of footage that has come out of the Peshawar region, or generally the Khyber Pass area, as it appears to be the absolute largest amount of fighting that is going on at the moment between the two sides. I also need to make sure to give y'all a little bit of a historical background here, at least a recent one, to give you an idea of why these tensions are ongoing. The Taliban, since they've taken control of Afghanistan in 2021, have largely operated benevolently as far as the group is concerned within southern Afghanistan, which is called the Balochistan Independence Movement, or the Balochistan Liberation Front. The Balochistan people generally exist within the southwestern corner of Pakistan, the southeastern corner of Iran, and also lightly within the southern regions of the Afghan plains south of Kandahar. This group conducts terrorist activities and has been designated a terrorist group even by the United States of America, as we actually had to fight them within Afghanistan while we were in Afghanistan several years ago, and basically all the decades since the start of the 2000s. We've been able to see that recently the Taliban has largely started to look the other way, or turn a blind eye to the actions of the Balochistan Liberation Front within southern Afghanistan, and appears to even be attempting to weaponize them by allowing them to base their forces and conduct attacks into Pakistan through the safety of basing and operating inside of Afghanistan, which, as far as sovereignty concerns go, that makes it incredibly difficult for the Pakistanis to respond. This also means that the Balochistanis can basically conduct hit-and-run operations in Pakistan and then run right back across the border into Afghanistan and into relative safety, considering that with the Pakistanis attempting to bomb them in Afghanistan, it would create a larger diplomatic spat. However, as a result of these continued actions, tensions did rise between the Pakistani government and Afghanistan, as it appears that the Pakistanis did catch on to what the Taliban was doing with the Balochistan Liberation Front. This then led to the first border war that we saw last year between these two groups, where generally the Taliban actually started those hostilities, and then the Pakistanis finished them by bombing Kabul and a couple of other important cities like Kandahar, and also generally obliterating the larger amount of Taliban combatant forces that were directly along the border. Now, as we are seeing today, crazily enough, the Taliban was actually the one to start offensive actions against Pakistan again because of the ongoing tensions between the two countries. And we were able to see that they opened this up quite heavily. For one, I also have to point out that the Afghan government, or the Taliban government, did announce that they were conducting ground offensives into Pakistan earlier today, which is technically the very start of the hostilities that began. Here's our first footage that we got of the firefights that were beginning to break out between the Taliban and the Pakistanis on the border. It appears that the Taliban conducted a night attack to start off this larger conflict. We hear significant fire and also explosions of recoilless rifles off in the distance. And we can also see tracer fire going up into the skies nearby. We can also see more recoilless rifle fire onto the Pakistani outposts across the border. Moving on.
That's kind of a crazy attack, really. The Taliban are just going to show up and start firing at the Pakistani border. It's kind of wild.
It is pretty wild. It's absolutely crazy. Not long after this started, the Pakistani government openly declared war on the Afghan government, or more so the Taliban, and the Pakistani Minister of Defense announced an open war with Afghanistan, saying it will be a full confrontation and accusing Afghanistan of becoming a colony or puppet of India. This clearly shows that the Pakistani government's official stance at the moment, as this was an official statement from the Pakistani Minister of Defense, is that they are currently in a state of war. One that was started by a surprise attack from the Taliban, but has now been officiated by the statement of the Pakistani Minister of Defense. So this now means, as of this moment, the Pakistanis and the Afghans are in an official state of war against each other. Firefights continue to break out throughout the larger area, specifically of the Khyber Pass, which is the larger area of the border in between Jalalabad and Peshawar that extends up to the Nuristan National Park, and a little bit on down and towards the area of Parachinar, which you can see right there along the border. And we have seen quite a large amount of activity. I can't even to really describe the amount of firefights that have been happening and the raw amount of firepower that's going on in this area. We rarely ever see any infantry firefights of any type that reach this sort of scale or this sort of veracity, except for when the Taliban conducts a firefight. I guess they don't have any idea of ammo conservation, which makes it a wildly impressive fireworks show, but it doesn't really result in them being able to sustain combat for long periods of time, usually meaning that after they gain the initial advantage just due to their superiority of firepower in small arms, they usually lose it once they run out of ammunition, and also due to the fact that they're lightly supported by any other supporting elements like aircraft or artillery. We also were able to see more footage coming from the area directly around the town of Torkham, which is inside of a valley on the Pakistani border, which also showed us more of the heavy fighting that was happening directly within this area. Here's the clip. We can see multiple explosions. We're unsure whose these are, actually. We see tracer fire flying overhead. We now hear the sounds of the explosions in the distance as the fights rage on.
It's remarkable to me how quick this spread. Like, this started less than 24 hours ago. Like, the absolutely ferocious firefights we've been seeing happened less than 24 hours ago. And since then, it's literally gotten as bad as the Pakistanis airstriking the capital of Afghanistan. It's literally escalated to pretty much as extreme as it's going to get within less than 24 hours, which is just unbelievable.
It is really unbelievable. I mean, this thing is absolutely crazy. And it does not appear that it's going to be dying down at least anytime soon at the moment. But moving on from what appears to be the light of reckoning and judgment appearing within the town of Torkham, which is most likely just high beams, we also were able to see that the Pakistanis started to respond with heavy artillery fire against the Taliban immediately. Fire. This is a clip in the middle of the night of the Pakistani artillery conducting a barrage on Taliban forces across the border.
Fire!
We also saw that larger artillery barrages conducted by the Pakistani army did continue throughout the entirety of the night and also into the day as well. We also saw in this clip the same artillery firing once again, but giving us an idea that Pakistani artillery batteries are largely opening up at this point along most areas of contact on the border and are firing onto Taliban positions. We also saw that the Pakistanis were using a fairly conventional or orthodox tactic, which is using anti-tank guided missiles against fortified positions on the hilltops near to the border. We saw this heavily during the last border war, and this generally gave the Pakistanis a significant firepower advantage due to the precision that the ATGM provides, and we were able to see that they did that once again in this clip right here. And there's the direct impact on the Taliban outpost.
Generally, it looks like the Taliban are kind of on the back foot. They're the ones who generally started the whole thing by starting this massive ground offensive against Pakistan, but it looks like the Pakistani are kind of whipping their ass a little bit right off the bat, which is, it seems like Pakistan was ready for this. And we have seen, of course, over the past couple of weeks that Pakistan has been conducting airstrikes into Afghanistan and the border regions, and I think they were ready for it. I think the Taliban might have underestimated what Pakistan had waiting for them when they attacked.
It does generally appear that they have greatly underestimated their adversary, which is the Pakistani armed forces, because the Pakistanis have largely been asserting their control over the border pretty quickly. We've even heard from some Taliban officials that the Taliban has already, after taking minimal ground across the border in Pakistan, have already had to retreat not only across the border back into Afghanistan, but away from the border because of the significant firepower that the Pakistanis are already giving the Taliban forces as they try and move into Pakistan. And even once they retreat, they still find themselves under heavy Pakistani fire. For this reason, we believe that the Pakistanis, while generally caught off guard for that first 2 hours, have already asserted the battlefield or tactical initiative across the entire front within the first 3 hours, and it appears that they're generally in control of the frontline situation once again. The fact that the Taliban is also the group that did break the ceasefire and did start the war today, it's going to be quite clear that the Pakistanis will not be looking to easily negotiate a ceasefire with the Taliban this time around, because of the fact that they broke the last ceasefire that the Taliban approached Pakistan and asked them for, and the Pakistanis had generally the grace to go into those ceasefire negotiations and basically demand nothing to create a ceasefire. Now the Taliban have broken the ceasefire that they asked for just about 8 months ago last year, and so for that reason, we probably assume that the Pakistani government will not be looking to conduct a ceasefire with the Afghans at any point here in the near future. That's not to say that the Taliban is not trying to fight, at least in other ways rather than raw firepower. We were able to see that the Taliban was trying to fight in what we could call style. Take a look at this. I have never seen a group of guys that are wearing red berets and no ballistic helmets into combat in the modern day. But, you know, these guys do it. So, you know, I guess that kind of counts for something, I suppose. This guy's also trying to get his mixtape out, apparently, in the middle of the war. But this is supposedly the Taliban Special Forces, and I just gotta say this really quickly. Putting on a red beret does not make you Special Forces. These guys, just from generally their appearance and kind of like hygiene standards, you know, the fact that they have fairly large beards, you know, that might go in some special forces, but generally not most of them. And I know a lot of people are going to be like, but the U.S. Special Forces, yes, that's one of the exceptions. But most national special forces do not have lax standards like this. Also due to the fact that their hair isn't really cut to make the beret fit. I mean, you know, just little details like that. And also the fact that their uniforms look to be made of a mostly U.S. surplus equipment, including M82 woodland camo. I'm feeling like these guys are special in the fact that they got the cool, like, clothes out of Bagram, but not really special in any other way. But we could see them here in the rest of this clip singing. So maybe they're the special singing forces, maybe. I don't really know. That guy does have a radio.
I think this might be a nervous energy. If that's just my take on it. These guys do not seem very confident. They seem kind of like soft-spoken, and even though they're trying to play it off like they're singing, I think they kind of have an idea that Pakistan's about to wipe the floor with them. So I don't get confidence off of these guys right here.
You know, I swear I've seen one of these guys on YouTube somewhere, but I'll leave. I'll leave it at that. I mean, like the visual similarities is somewhat uncanny. I'm not gonna lie. But anyways, moving on from that, we've also been able to see that while the Taliban have largely found themselves on the back foot instantaneously on the front line, they did try and pull forward some heavier equipment and artillery that they were able to muster, including American Max Pros. These actually were from the capture of the Bagram Air Base, and it appears that they have been able to keep some of the Max Pros operational. Most of the Humvees, from what we know, have either dry rotted or they ran out of spare parts. We've seen hundreds, if not thousands, of them abandoned across Afghanistan whenever anyone goes to travel there, but it actually does appear that they do have some running and operational Max Pros, which is wildly interesting, and they were actually moving towards the border area today in these Max Pro mine-resistant, armor-protected vehicles.
And you said this is the Taliban right here?
This is the Taliban.
So, people have been trying to say, I've seen people tell me this before. I personally still don't buy it. Some people are saying, oh, all that stuff that was left behind at Bagram Air Base, all that stuff is generally unusable, or the Taliban have already used up all the ammunition. I don't believe so. I think this video right here is proof of that they still have a bunch of equipment that they took from the air base that we left behind when we withdrew from Afghanistan very hastily, and they're currently using it. And that's also probably why they're not conserving ammo as much as they probably should be, because the Taliban are drawing on those stocks that were left behind. So that's probably why they're letting loose and doing this type stuff like that, is because they have all that equipment.
Well, I don't know, because, just to give you an idea of the condition and quality of these vehicles, one of them is already being carried on a tow bar behind another Max Pro because it already suffered a technical failure. Look at that. That one's clearly already on a tow bar and no longer operational. And they're basically just using it as a ferry at this point, or basically like a towed-on trailer.
Yeah, but they got plenty of functioning ones. They're towing it with a functioning one too. So just because one's broken, they're still using all of our old Max Pros, as you can see here. That's what they're using to deploy. So, it seems to me that they're sort of capitalizing on what we left behind, which is certainly not good. It's probably not going to save the Taliban because they can have all this equipment they want. They don't really have an air force. So the Pakistanis are going to wallop them for that fact alone. So, it won't help them in the end, but it is a bit disappointing to see them using all of our left behind equipment.
Yeah, it is a little disappointing, but it doesn't really look to be helping them out all too much. On the front lines, they're getting beat directly by the Pakistani army, and in the skies, there's literally no contest because they have nothing to defend their skies with. They have no air defense systems, and they also don't have an air force. So I would say that while they may have, let's say, thousands of Humvees and thousands of MRAPs, it's not really going to do them a lot of good, considering that an MRAP can only do so much, considering that the best equipment that it can mount is an M250 caliber machine gun. And in terms of military firepower, that's not going to be that big, But beyond that, we do have an actual poll on this right now. Speaking of the frontline situation, before I get you all into some of the more interesting clips that came from deeper inside of Afghanistan. Now, a lot of people are wondering what's going to be going on with this war now that the Pakistani government has officially declared a state of war as a result of the ongoing situation. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so some people thought that maybe the title was clickbait. It is not. It was actually declared today by Pakistan that they're in an open war with the Afghan Taliban. So it is the case. That's what they're saying out of their own mouths. So you got to take it for what it is. And also, we have seen strikes on the Afghanistan capital of Kabul, which is pretty bad because it's literally 24 hours in, and we're already seeing the capital get struck by the Pakistani Air Force. So what are your thoughts? Where is this going to go? 49% said the Taliban will get defeated by the Pakistanis, while 20% said a deal will be reached soon, and 17% said Pakistan will withdraw soon and back off of this whole situation. So to give you a general overview, by the way, my assessment is the Taliban really don't stand a chance. The Taliban are really at the mercy of the Pakistanis, and it was really stupid for the Taliban to go and start a ground offensive against a country which is nuclear armed and also has a much larger and more organized military than the Taliban actually have. Just to give you an idea, the Pakistanis have about 650,000 active troops. The Taliban have about 150 to 200,000. There's already a huge disadvantage right there. Also, Pakistan has overwhelming firepower. Even with the Taliban having the leftover equipment, Pakistan has the firepower down pat. Also, on the air power side of things, so this is probably the most decisive of the aspects here. we do see that the Pakistani Air Force has a pretty wide range of aircraft at their disposal. In fact, they even put the hurt on India during that situation when they got into a conflict with India. The Pakistanis generally own the skies for the most part. The Taliban, on the other hand, pretty much have no functional air force. So on that aspect alone, the Taliban are going to lose. So this is almost analogous to the situation between Thailand and Cambodia. It's basically the same thing. In this instance, though, Afghanistan is Cambodia and Thailand is Pakistan. That's basically how it works. That's how big the disparity is between those two forces. So the Taliban are in some deep trouble. Ultimately, if this war keeps going and there's not a deal, the Taliban will be defeated. I feel pretty strong about that, and with the 49%. And Enforcer, what say you?
I'd agree with the 49%. The Taliban are going to be easily defeated. We saw that they were largely defeated in the last border war that happened last year, where they actually had to beg the Pakistani government to get into a ceasefire to stop them from being completely destroyed in the midst of that ongoing fight. So I have a feeling that that's going to be the same this time around. I also see a lot of people saying that the Taliban is forged from the rocks of the mountains of the Hindu Kush, and for that reason they'll survive quite well because insurgency is their strong suit. I think many people may be a little bit amiss in that, because right now what's happening on the Pakistani-Afghan border isn't, some hit and run insurgency against a U.S. convoy traveling on a small road in the middle of a mountain pass. What's happening right now is an unmitigated slaughter on the Taliban by the Pakistani army, because the Taliban is not an insurgent force fighting within a country that is being occupied. They are now the official government of Afghanistan, and that also means that right now they are fighting in a conventional capacity. And they have never adopted their tactics from being an insurgent force to an actual conventional army. And we're seeing the results of that right here, is that, having a poorly trained, poorly equipped, and really a non-existent force in terms of intellect, basically just running around doing hits and runs on people, doesn't really work in a conventional setting. Things have to be a lot more thought out, a lot more thorough, and the troops have to be far better trained. And they just don't have any of that. So at the moment, I would say that considering that they're fighting a conventional war against Pakistan, not an insurgency, they're going to get their asses kicked, and they're clearly having that happen to them right now. They basically have been having that happen to them from about the third hour in and on up till now. They have been getting absolutely schwacked down along the border region basically all day today. Additionally, I have to say that we have seen some of the wildest stuff, like at least one thing that's absolutely insane today, which I do have to show y'all here. I did not know that they had one of these. I don't know where they got it. And also, I don't know why it looks like this. They have a BM-27 Uragan. This is a heavy MLRS. These things, technically, if it has ammo, which it doesn't appear to have it here in this clip, these things have a range of about 50 miles. I mean, this is considered a heavy MLRS system. This thing has as much range as a GMLRS fired from a HIMARS, although it does not have the precision of a GMLRS. It's generally a broader mass saturation sort of an MLRS system, meaning that it fires at a postal code or a zip code instead of a specific point on the map. Still, they had one, and what's even crazier, folks, is that this thing had parade trim on it. And I gotta go find y'all one of these Uragan with parade paint. Let me see if I can find y'all one of these, because I'm sure I can find one. Let's see, an Uragan, and here we go. Let me see if I can find one of these here. Because, I mean, we don't even really see these in Russia anymore with this sort of parade paint. Let me see if I can just pull up, like, a Soviet parade paint and see if I can find this for y'all. So here we go. This is probably the best example I can get of y'all, is this little illustration right here of a Russian T-54, T-55 series main battle tank. And way back in the day, like in the 60s, the 70s, and kind of on a little bit into the 80s, the Soviet Union, when they would conduct military parades, and Belarus still kind of does this today, would generally paint the road wheels of the tanks white, and also any of the trim, like the mud flaps and such on the tank, and the side skirts, they would paint them with this white trim. This generally indicates that the vehicle has been prepped for a military parade and is going to be showcased to the public in basically near perfect condition. This Uragan has the white walls and also the parade trim on it like it was going to a military parade. The Afghans do not have military parades. I want to make that a little bit clear. Like, they had one after the U.S. left, but they don't have annual ones. And from what we've seen in the last one that they had, they don't paint them up with parade trim. So I have no clue where in the world they got this thing, but they got a dripped out Uragan, and they're sending it to the front to conduct rocket barrages on the Pakistanis. I mean, it's literally...
Maybe they stole it at one point, possibly. Seems a little bit strange that they would have this. Honestly, the white walls kind of go hard out here on the battlefield, actually. Kind of goes hard. It probably won't last, though, but at least we got a good final look at it.
And I mean, look at it. It's like perfectly clean. I mean, like, who did they steal this from? If they did steal it, there's nobody to steal this thing from. I don't think any of the nearby countries operate in Oregon. So where did they get it? And much less, where did they get one that was literally painted up for a military parade from like the 60s?
Man, it could be maybe a corrupt Russian person, maybe like put it on like a website like eBay or something like that. It's like I'd take 250 for it. I know what I got, and literally still getting engaged with somebody.
I mean, maybe. Let's see, folks. I'm done. Oh, here we go. Here's one that kind of has this paint job on it. To give you all a little bit of an idea, here's Army recognition. You can actually see the white trim on this one. It's the very same, like, actual vehicle and rocket launcher. This is a BM-27 Oregon. But, I mean, it's, like, unheard of to see one of these things in complete parade trim. Like, here's one right here. This is actually in Belarus that has the full parade trim on it, like this one. But that's in Belarus. So where did they get this? Like, did Belarus sell them in Oregon? And did they not even paint it out of the parade paint scheme that they had for it in Belarus? Like, that's my big question. I don't even know. Like, this is a humongous mystery to me because also on top of that, folks, you do have to remember, Afghanistan was occupied for 20 straight years by the United States of America. So there was no Soviet equipment coming in during that time. And if it was incredibly small and it had to be smuggled in through some pretty difficult means. Yet they have this brand new looking Oregon in parade trim. I have no clue where it came from, but wild stuff. Outside of that, though, while they are absolutely dripped the hell out on the front right now, it does appear that they are not really seeing that going in their favor. The Pakistani Air Force has already been able to achieve air supremacy over Afghanistan due to the fact they have no air defense and no air force, and they've just started to hammer whatever Taliban targets they deem fit throughout the country, specifically within the capital of Afghanistan, Kabul. We were already able to see major strikes conducted within the area, with smoke rising from the Pakistani airstrikes, and we also were able to even hear the Pakistani jets flying over Kabul in this clip right here. Doesn't really sound like that's going in the Taliban's favor. We also got to see a little bit more of the heavy damage that was caused around Kabul, as this large fire here was created as a result of one of the Pakistani airstrikes.
It's a big hit. Look at this.
I gotta say, Matthew, I'm kind of shocked that anyone in Afghanistan, well, I mean, Kabul's kind of an exception, but I'm kind of shocked that anyone in Afghanistan even has a phone and working internet, considering that most of the country basically doesn't have any modern infrastructure.
Oh yeah, they've definitely got phones and internet for sure. You'd be shocked. They actually have pretty modern technology. Not as modern as what we have, obviously, but they have phones.
Well, I mean, they do have that. And I mean, Kabul is an exception because Kabul is one of the only actual developed parts of Afghanistan outside of Kandahar because it's a general flatter plain down there, and Kabul isn't too far into the mountains. But I mean, that is absolutely wild to see that we're actually getting footage out of Afghanistan. But we can see the fire continuing to burn.
Also, by the way, I'm seeing something in the live chat here I wanted to take a quick addressing to. You can see here that obviously, like we're saying, the Taliban are on the back foot. They're clearly getting hit hard, and they're not really able to defend against these attacks because they don't have an air force or really any major air defense for the most part, outside of basic small arms and, maybe AA guns from time to time. They're not really able to defend against that. But the problem with Afghanistan is always occupation. Once a country starts to try to occupy it, that's where the problem starts coming into play, because the Taliban, even though they can't really defend their country against an assault like this, they can generally wage a guerrilla war tactic against the invading country. So that's where it starts to go sideways. But the Taliban have to be able to survive the opening assault, which is what they're currently going through right now. And if Pakistan really means what they say, which is they're going to wage an open full war against the Taliban, then they could be in trouble. And remember, the Taliban are now the official government of Afghanistan. That's a lot different than the last time. So this time they're trying to operate from an official standpoint, and also they really can't defend. So, I mean, they're in a bad spot this go around.
And it does appear that they generally stepped into something that they really weren't able to deal with whatsoever. And the strikes in Kabul are clearly showing that not only are they already losing on the front line within hours, but they're also losing the larger strategic war in their own skies due to the fact that they don't have any air defense, and they also do not have an operational air force. I've seen some people in the chat actually saying that the former president of the United States, wicked and evil as he, provided a load of aircraft to the Taliban. That's not true. If they were there, they would be getting used right now because, you know, if you had, for say, you know, like a Taliban official that has a 1,000-pound bomb coming through the roof right on top of him in his office, I would bet you money that if they had those aircraft, they'd be up in the air right now. They're not up in the air because there were no actual combat aircraft left behind. There were some Black Hawks left behind, but the Taliban generally disposed of those by good means, generally putting a guy in there and see if he could fly it like his Microsoft Flight Simulator, and they'd slam it into the ground in Kabul, and that'd be the end of the story. So they generally don't have any aircraft. If they had them, we would see them being used right now. We don't see any of them being used because they don't have them. But beyond that, though, it does appear that a lot of people are wondering whether or not this war is going to spread. There is a little bit of a problem here, folks, and this is one that I do have to point out, is that this isn't going to spread west into our problem with Iran right now, or into the rest of the Middle East. This has a very high tendency of actually spreading east to India, because the Pakistanis have taken the official national statement that Afghanistan is operating on the behalf of the Republic of India, meaning that Pakistan is viewing this as a proxy war against the Republic of India, which they still have significantly high tensions with due to the prior border war that was fought between the two countries that then resulted in them not seeing a real cessation of hostilities in any meaningful way. And we've also seen that they've never reinstilled the 1960 Indus Water Treaty, and India is currently attempting to divert all of the water from the Indus River into India and spare, as they say, not a drop to the Pakistanis, which will lead to a major humanitarian crisis within Pakistan. For this reason, there is a possibility of this war maybe spilling over to where Pakistan directly goes to war with India as a result of this, or India hops in and tries to help out the Taliban in some sort of a way to be able to try and put the Pakistanis on the back foot. I also have to keep in mind for everyone here that Pakistan and India are nuclear-armed countries, and neither of them have the range to really reach Europe or the United States, so it's generally not, you know, a big threat there. Everyone can kind of like wipe the sweat off of their brow, or more so the, you know, the nervous sweats off of their brow, because they won't really be able to nuke anyone else rather than themselves, but they are nuclear armed, so there is a decent amount of tension surrounding this ongoing situation. Nevertheless, a lot of people are talking about this, and we do want to get their opinion on this. So Matthew, what are people thinking about it, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so will this war remain isolated between Afghanistan and Pakistan, or is it going to pose a major security threat to the rest of the Middle Eastern region? And it looks like 60% said no, it will remain an isolated war between those two countries, while 90% said yes, and this must be contained quickly, or it could get out of hand, and 15% said it might, but I'm 50-50 on it. So first off, I will say, I'm not shedding any tears, let's just say that, for the Taliban, because I still have a bone to pick with the Taliban. They're a terrorist group, and even though they're officially in charge of Afghanistan, they're still a terrorist group in my eyes. Also, they hurt a lot of our guys, obviously not as many as we heard of them, but they still hurt our guys during the war, so I'm not shedding any tears for them. Whatever Pakistan does to them, that's just the way it goes, I guess you could say. So I'm going to say I think it will remain generally isolated for the most part. The Pakistanis are probably going to continue to absolutely hammer the Taliban into a state of close to submission, but they're probably not going to submit completely because that's just not the way of the Taliban. So we'll have to wait and see. When it comes to India, though, India could start feeling a little bit froggy about the situation because obviously Pakistan and India absolutely hate each other, and there's been ongoing tensions, and they have never really died down. So India could see this as an opportunity to further weaken Pakistan, and they could do something like the enforcer mentioned to help bolster the Taliban to fight the Pakistanis, which could end up bad because, like the enforcer also mentioned, Pakistan is nuclear armed. So Pakistan can't lose. All that might happen is they might launch nuclear weapons at the Taliban if it gets to that point. But we're nowhere close to that, by the way. No need to get crazy or fearful about that. That is a long ways off because the Taliban are not well armed, at least compared to the Pakistanis. And for now, we are okay when it comes to nukes. So I'm with the 59%. But enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to be with the 59%. This is clearly going to remain isolated, and if this expands at all, it's only going to expand within the Indian subcontinent. It's not going to expand farther than that. Pakistan and India generally have foreign policy that usually actually is well contained within the area of the subcon, and it rarely ever expands outside of that. And if it does, it's fairly passive foreign policy and diplomacy that's going on. Like, for example, their relations with the United States or China. So for that reason, I would say that this doesn't really have that much of a threat of expanding. And if it does, the only thing that's going to happen is that India gets roped into this whole thing and another border war begins between Pakistan and India. That is really the only time that a question of possible nuclear conflict could come up, is during that moment. But even still, the chances are fairly low. Pakistan and India did navigate not nuking each other the last time, and we would assume that they probably do the same thing this time around as well, and possibly find ways to de-escalate, like restarting a new Indus water treaty or something else along those lines. So this is a pretty interesting sort of a development to see, war breaking out between Afghanistan and Pakistan. But as far as the international or greater foreign policy impact, this is going to remain entirely limited to the subcon, and for the larger part, and not expand farther than that. But moving us on.
Also, by the way, you remember that statement about the Taliban? That they remember, folks. The Iranians said, "Oh, look, the Taliban are coming to our aid. We're going to get help from the Taliban." I don't think the Taliban are going to be helping anymore. I don't think they will. In fact, the Taliban are kind of fighting for their lives right now. So I think that threat might be off the table. That's very good timing, right there with that whole situation.
Man, and what's crazy, man, is that Iran said, "Oh, the Taliban will be here to help us, won't you be?" And then they looked back and went, "Huh?" And then the Taliban said, "Yeah, we're here to help you. Charge!" And then they charged right into Pakistan instead. It's like, yes. It's like, this is great timing, really. I mean, like, it's not like the Taliban would be able to help out Iran in any meaningful way. It's like just extra people to drop something on. You know, it's like they don't have air defense or anything, so it's not like they could really do anything. But it is still pretty funny to see that he went charging the wrong way right before the war with Iran's about to begin, which we'll be getting to here in a little bit, folks, because we do have a lot coming out from that. But before we get on into the Middle East, we also have to cover another major story that happened today in Malmo, Sweden. So if you live in Sweden, your nation has made it on the news today. And if you live in Malmo, Sweden, oh, you're really lucky. Your entire city made it on the news today. Malmo, Sweden is a larger city in Sweden that is directly across the Denmark Strait from Copenhagen, which is right here. This is Copenhagen, which many people will know in the United States at least as a brand of dip. And then right over here is Malmo, which sounds like a furniture item from IKEA. And generally IKEA is also Swedish, that's why it's very similar. But within the port facilities here, the Charles De Gaulle, which is the only nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in the entirety of the world that is not operated by the United States Navy, it's operated by the French Navy, moored within the port facilities, apparently for some sort of a layover, or generally some sort of a replenishment operation that they were trying to conduct within Sweden. During that period of time, a drone, which the Swedish Ministry of Defense believes to be a Russian drone, actually flew over the Charles de Gaulle, apparently at somewhat closer range, as it was both identified by the French visually and the Swedish authorities visually, and then the Swedish Armed Forces detected the drone and tried to deploy countermeasures, but it appears that they either lost the drone or it went down and then fell into the waters nearby. And they don't really know where it went, considering that this all happened in the midst of the night. According to the defense minister, Paul Johnson, he stated that it was likely a Russian drone, and this is apparently incensed the French and Swedish governments, considering that, one, this happened over a Swedish port within Swedish airspace over sovereign Swedish territory, and secondly, it involved France's only aircraft carrier, and it is the largest aircraft carrier in the world by gross tonnage, outside of the Nimitz and Gerald R. Ford class carriers that the United States Navy operates. So this was a fairly large ordeal today, and it appears to be one that is getting people kind of angry, actually, in Sweden and also in France. It appears that a lot of people are putting in their opinions as to why in the world did the Russian drone fly right over the French carrier. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so we generally know a couple of details about the situation. We do know that it involved the Charles de Gaulle carrier, so that's obviously a pretty big one. And we do know that allegedly this drone was launched from a nearby Russian ship, not a warship, but just a Russian ship that was nearby. That's the reports. And this thing was docked in Sweden, and that's where it happened. So that's pretty much what we know at the moment. So about 83% of the audience said Russia was trying to surveil the ship, and that's why they launched the drone, while 9% said Russia was trying to attack the ship, and only 3% said it was simply a misunderstanding. So this is pretty brazen, by the way. If this is actually true that a Russian ship launched a drone that close to the Charles de Gaulle carrier, that is brazen. It almost seems like the Russians wanted the drone to be spotted, to make a statement. That's what it seems like to me, and it's probably more about surveillance and intimidation than necessarily trying to attack it, because this aircraft carrier, they saw it coming in, they were able to use electronic warfare to shoot it down, and they don't even know really what happened to the drone. drone. It could have fell into the water. They're not really sure. It suddenly disappeared after they hit it with the EW, and it went away. The threat was neutralized. So I think they were trying to surveil and make a statement. That's my guess. And of course, remember, there's still the ongoing narrative that Russia's trying to put forward that Britain and France are trying to give nuclear weapons to Ukraine. That's something that the Russian government is saying right now. So this is probably attached to that in some way or another. So I'm with the 81%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'll be with the 81%. This is most likely to gather surveillance and also try and conduct some sort of, I guess you could say, hybrid warfare against the European states by once again showing that they're violating, one, the sovereignty of Sweden, and two, the security perimeter around the French carrier, basically a two-in-one combo there in that regard, and generally also conducting surveillance in the meantime. That would be my belief, as it does appear that the drone was not intending to attack the carrier. If it was intending to attack the carrier, it wouldn't have hovered around long enough for everyone to try and deploy countermeasures. It would have just slammed into the carrier deck, and that would have been that. It didn't do that. Instead, it flew around the carrier, which appears to be showing that it was surveilling it and gathering information on it. Another thing that we have to point out here is that it doesn't appear that it was a misunderstanding because, one, a carrier generally has an understood safety perimeter around it. Two, if you ever fly anything over any naval ship from any country, it's generally considered a sign of aggression. Not an act of war, but a general sign of aggression nonetheless that should be taken seriously. That's why back in the day, Russian aircraft used to buzz U.S. warships near Syria back in the middle of the 2010s. It's generally a sign of aggression. So for that reason, it, one, is clearly a sign of aggression. Two, it's clearly trying to piss off the Swedes and the French. And three, it's clearly violating the safety of the carrier and trying to gather some sensitive information about it, possibly. So we can generally get all four of those things out of this one issue. And it does appear that the Russians, as a result of that, and from what we can gather, are still trying to generally incense the Europeans as much as they can and try and insult them as much as possible as well. I gotta say, folks, the Charles De Gaulle is actually a pretty crazy ship. Did you know, Matthew, that the Charles de Gaulle has a purpose-built bakery on board that can cook up 10,000 baguettes a day? It was actually refit in the mid-2010s to be able to upgrade from 5,000 baguettes a day to 10,000.
Now that's very French. Does it make croissants though?
I don't know if it makes croissant, but I know that it does make baguettes. That's one thing we know. Like, they actually stated it can make 10,000 of them a day.
You know, another interesting fact about the ship right here, it's the only aircraft carrier in the world to have 10 reverse gears on it.
Man, no, actually, Matthew, you're getting that mistaken with the famous and well-known Leclerc main battle tank. This is the one that actually has as many reverse gears as it does forward gears. I'm not even joking. That's actually true.
Man, you gotta love the French, I tell you. Also, by the way, I'm joking, by the way. The French are no cowards. Like, people love to make those jokes about the French. They are no cowards. France is one of the most powerful military forces in Europe. So it's a friendly jest.
And also, I do have to say, the French are born in true killers. I mean, you know, if you look at their military history, as far as battles won by any nation in history, the French have actually won more battles than Britain and the United States over their entire history. The U.S. is catching up kind of quickly because, you know, we have this thing with oil and all, but they generally have done quite well historically as a military. So, you know, I do have to say, I have me personally, I have a heavy amount of respect for the French military, but the jokes still are pretty funny. It's sadly at the expense of our French viewers, but I hope y'all don't take it personally. The French military is quite respectable and incredibly well armed and equipped. And not only that, all homemade. Every single French weapon system that is used in France is made entirely within France. There's basically hardly, well, I do have to give a clarification there. There are some systems that they use that are American, like the M250 cal, but most of everything that is used by the French military, whether it's the Navy, the Air Force, the Army, or any other branch, it is basically all produced, designed, and built within France itself, which is a very proud boast for the French, considering that many other nations in Europe cannot claim the same. But moving on from that, well, maybe the Germans can, but, you know, they're also one of the few exceptions. But moving on from that, and outside that news in Malmo, Sweden today, and the concerning development with the carrier, it is time for us to move on out of Malmo, Sweden, and on into our next biggest piece of news of the day. And we've got something interesting, folks. It appears that we're seeing that the Israelis are bombing Hezbollah within Lebanon as a preparatory action to lay out the groundwork for a larger strike to happen against Iran fairly soon, which is giving us another indication that war is inevitable at this point. And that's not the only one that we got. We were able to hear that our great American negotiators who die for deals, you know, they love to make deals. They want to make deals everywhere, and they are the greatest at making deals. Our great leader said that, and we can never claim that anything that he says is untrue, even though it can be proven to be untrue in the future. That was just simply a famous statement from back in the day, and there's a whole bunch of haters that are trying to lie about him. We were able to hear that the U.S. negotiating teams went to Geneva, Switzerland today and talked to the Iranians for 3 straight hours. This is actually fairly long, crazily enough. Usually these days, talks only last for about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. We saw one talk with the Russians go on for about 4 hours, but that was basically breaking records for recent history. The U.S. talked to the Iranians for 3 hours. 3 hours. And at the end of it, we were able to hear that the U.S. envoys were disappointed by the Iranian proposals, and then we heard later that the Iranians flat out refused to agree to anything that the United States approached the Iranians on in the talks in Geneva, Switzerland today. So they first started off, folks, saying that they wouldn't agree to limiting their nuclear program to the degree the U.S. want, but they might drop it down a little bit to a smaller nuclear program. That was in the first round of talks. Then in the second round of talks, they said, we're not talking about nuclear. Actually, we're not talking about missiles. We'll just talk about nuclear. And then the U.S. presented another proposal. And then they said, generally, we're going to raise our bar for what we are willing to accept. And we're only going to accept this higher standard than the last talks. And this time around, they came in and said they're not willing to accept anything. So each round of negotiations, the Iranians have actually dug into their position even more firmly. And this time around, they made it clear they're not willing to even compromise on anything at all, and they're just going to do what they want, and the U.S. can basically go and buzz off, is basically what they said today at Geneva. So this is giving
That's kind of surprising, actually. That's kind of surprising to me, actually. Like, I knew they weren't going to get a deal. Like, I knew that was the case. But at the same time, though, for the Iranians to reject everything, and that's what the reports are saying, they said they rejected everything that the U.S. proposed. That's kind of unexpected to me. I thought they would at least pretend like they were negotiating, but it seems like they're basically giving the middle finger to the negotiators and saying to piss off. Basically. So I don't know what Iran's up to. Like, they're either getting stuff from China and they're feeling more emboldened because they've gotten new weaponry. They've gotten something from somebody, because why they're feeling like this, unless they're just bluffing the hell out of people, like playing poker or something, then I'm not sure what they're really up to.
I don't know what they're up to either, but they've made it incredibly clear for anyone who ever thought that the Iranians could be negotiated with. Surprise, surprise. You'll all have to come back to the channel and listen to the fact our analysis was correct. Very sorry to everyone who said that we were wrong. Sorry that y'all are having a cry right now, but we were right again. It doesn't take a lot to see this stuff. You don't have to be a rocket scientist, and we don't even have to be geniuses to say this stuff. It's common sense. And common sense is fairly uncommon these days, but if you looked at a country like Iran, which ends every parliamentary session with death to America and death to Israel every single time, and they chant it for like 5 minutes, and then every single foreign policy action they take is trying to undermine the United States in the Middle East or kill Americans and Israelis, what would make us ever think that they would be willing to negotiate? And on anything at all, nothing would make you think that. If you thought that, you are clearly blind or deaf or something. Like, you're not paying attention to what's going on down there.
Yeah. And also, by the way, when the U.S. negotiators left today, they said, oh, man, we're disappointed. The Iranians didn't give in to anything we were wanting them to. And meanwhile, the Iranians are on their national state TV. They're over there talking about, we will destroy down to the inch of soil of the West. It's like, how are you going to negotiate with something like that? They're literally over there, like the top officials in Iran are saying that they're going to glass the United States. They're going to wipe Israel to the floor. And we're going to keep negotiating with that? It's like, okay, it's like everybody knows. Negotiations, the war is inevitable. Like, the negotiations are for wasting time. It's for buying time. It's for some other ulterior reason. It's not to actually reach a deal. I know some people are saying that maybe the president's going to chicken out. He really can't. Because, I mean, how can you chicken out while somebody's saying they're going to destroy the West? You can't chicken out in that scenario. You got to move forward. You have no choice. So it's going to happen. I think it's going to happen pretty soon.
Yeah, I would have to say it's going to happen soon. That's without a doubt. Also, on top of that, we also have been able to hear that apparently the U.S. president has now become apprised of multiple strike options that were provided by, I believe it was General Raising Cane's Fried Chicken, if I'm not mistaken. Like, every time I hear of the whole Raising Cane thing, I always think of the fried chicken chain called Raising Cane's. There's actually a couple of them here in Salt Lake City. But beyond that,
the box combo, man. The box combo with the hold the bread and give some extra coleslaw.
And also, I heard that the box combo these days from General Raising Cane is actually coming with a great deal of AI overreach included in every single box. Great thing to hear. But we also been able to hear that, according to the Vice President, he has stated this Thursday, which is today, that while military strikes against Iran remain under consideration by the President, there is no chance that such strikes will result in the United States becoming involved in a years-long, drawn-out war. Now, I mean, that's one way to tell the Iranians that if they just try and hang in for a little longer, they might be able to make it through the U.S.'s patience. That's some, like, generally, as far as public statements, folks, I know that a lot of people have, like, this mental thing about the Middle East, or, like, Pavlov, to where if anyone says, we're going to the Middle East, no! Like, and they freak out because of Afghanistan and Iraq. But at the same time, though, do we really want to message to the Iranians, if you hang out long enough and you're able to, like, somehow survive everything that's coming your way, we'll basically just lose patience and we'll give up and walk off? Is that really a good thing to tell them? Maybe we want to say publicly, we're willing to go to the ends of the earth to achieve what we're wanting. Because then at that point, they're going to think we're truly screwed and there's no way we can even wait this thing out. They're not going to give up until they achieve their goals. Maybe that would be a better approach to go with. So that way they would actually think that the situation is completely hopeless, instead of thinking that it's more so not a war against the United States, it's just a war against time. That would be my general opinion on it. Outside of that, we have also been able to see some other significant developments within the Middle East, but we are going to be waiting to see those in here in just a moment, because we actually have another poll right now about what in the world the president is about to decide. And what are people thinking it's going to be, Matthew? And what are you thinking it's going to be as well?
Okay, so we've heard from sources that the U.S. president is mulling this over as we speak, and he's expected to decide on this around 3 p.m. tomorrow. I believe that's in Florida time, I believe. So we'll have to wait and see if that turns out to be the case, but apparently he'll make a decision sometime later tomorrow evening, which seems to line up with the good old-fashioned stereotypical weekend strike schedule that the markets are closed after. So we'll have to see, but what do you think will be the likely decision? 48% said he'll decide on full-scale war with Iran, the essential nuclear option to deal with the Iranian threat, while 35% said there will be limited strikes on Iran, and 11% said a last-minute deal. So one thing that's got me a little bit worried is the statement from the vice president. The vice president saying, oh, don't worry, Martha. We're not going to get bogged down in a multi-year war in the Middle East and Iran. It'll be okay. The problem is, though, there's a huge risk to that. If you go to a full-scale war with Iran, there is a major risk that it could get bogged down. So I'm wondering if maybe they're leaning toward limited strikes because of that statement, which would be a bad idea in my opinion, because we need to deal with the threat once and for all, not half measures anymore. We need to deal with it properly instead of, piecemealing it year after year. So I think they'll decide on full-scale war ultimately, but I hope they're not leaning toward limited strikes, if anything. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I'm thinking that there's going to be a full-scale war with Iran, but I also have to say that it's absolutely stupid to make it clear that we're not wanting to be there long. If I was the president of the United States, I would be saying we'll go to the ends of the earth to achieve what we're going to achieve, which is multi-pronged. One, to be able to see that the Iranian government is held accountable for their crimes against humanity for the massacre of 30,000 people last month. Two, the development of nuclear weaponry in violation of the nuclear non-proliferation treaties, of which we are a signing member of. Three, the constant funding of the Islamic Republic of Iran's reign of terror throughout the Middle East and the funding of al-Nusra, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Yemeni Houthis. Also, as an extension of the Houthis being attached to the Iranians, the interdiction of free trade within open international waters, which is the fourth. And then also the fifth one would be the existence of the Islamic Republic of Iran as a terrorist state. The sixth one will be their development of intercontinental ballistic missiles. Those 6 points alone, any one of those, just to make it clear, gives us more than enough of a reason to go into Iran and do whatever we need to do, or whatever we would aim to do. 6 of them in total. I mean, they were literally talking about the damn Infinity Stones from the gauntlet that Thanos had. I mean, you can't literally have a better combination than those 6. Who in the world could sit there and look at all 6 of those things, the tens of thousands of bodies that have been incinerated in Tehran because they're trying to cover up the evidence, all of the other actions that they've done, and then go, I don't know, maybe strikes against Iran isn't a good thing, maybe they're just misunderstood. This is an Avatar. They're not little blue people running around the trees. This is an extremist government that's trying to kill Americans, and also trying to thwart our foreign policy interest and national security interest within the Middle East. It's as clear as day. And not only that, they've conducted crimes against humanity against their own people. What more could we ask for? There's not any more that we could ask for. I would say on that result, as the president, I would say this quite truly, we will go till the ends of the earth to achieve what we're looking for in Iran. And if it takes till the ends of the earth to achieve our aims in Iran, we will do it. But it won't take that, because just saying that alone will let the Iranians know that trying to have any form of resolve or trying to outlast the U.S. in terms of patience will not succeed. We will continue to obliterate the Iranian military and government until it's nothing left but cinders to be able to achieve our objectives inside of Iran. And that means that they would eventually capitulate, or they will eventually surrender to the United States, or find some version of a compromise wherein which the Iranian government would most likely still cease to exist, but at least their lives would be spared at that point. That would be the truth of it at that point, is trying to conduct a parley, and they know that that would be the only chance of survival at that point. But with that, I hope that has addressed that well, at least to me. That's what I do as the president, but you know, I'm not the president, and clearly nobody knows any better than our great leader. Moving on from that, it is time for us to get on into the news inside of the Middle East itself and all of the U.S. developments that have been going on in this area. We have seen that more U.S. flights have been conducted from the United States of America to the European Command Theater, and then to the Middle East.
Oh, no. Not the Twitter rando log. This is the spreadsheet that Air Force colonel was talking about. She's saying there's some Twitter randos taking our flights from ADSB data and putting it in a spreadsheet. That should be secret.
You know, I find it funny, Matthew, just thinking about it. If you try and take a picture of the tail of one of these aircraft at a U.S. Air Force installation, they're going to go, delete that. But then when they squawk their transponder publicly, that registration that's on the tail is easily seen because of the squawking from the transmitter.
Oh yeah, it's insane. Honestly, it's really goofy if you really think about it. Also, by the way, I don't necessarily advocate doing things like that. Like, there should be an element of OPSEC, but if it's something that's in the public, you know, it's in the public, so we can't complain about that. Making an issue out of that makes it seem like we don't have good operational security behind the scenes, at least in my opinion.
I would have to say so. We've also been able to see these flights mapped out today on Flight Radar 24. I gotta say, I kind of get a laugh out of this, folks, because the whole Twitter rando thing makes this take a whole other lens to it, when literally all of this is publicly available information. It's not like anyone's busting into the Pentagon with some sort of an AI system that doesn't need human input anymore and just stealing this out of the Pentagon. I mean, this is literally publicly available info. And then we were also able to see, which I have to bring y'all to these pictures right here, because this is from our neck of the woods. Because as many of y'all will know, Enforcer HQ 1.0 and 2.0 were based out of Birmingham, Alabama. Enforcer HQ 3.0 is actually based out of Salt Lake City in Utah. And just north of Salt Lake City, which I cannot sing the claims and the greatness of Salt Lake City enough. Salt Lake City is an amazing place, but just north of it is Ogden, which people call around here a seedy part of town. For us in Alabama, that's actually probably one of the nicest parts of Alabama if you transplanted that into Alabama. But nevertheless, within this area of Ogden is the Hill Air Force Base, which they just moved a small portable reactor to a little while ago, and now they're testing it somewhere in this area. We've also been able to see that some of the F-35 Lightnings from the Hill Air Force Base in Ogden, Utah, have actually landed at our Lakenheath. But before we get to that, I don't mean to tease this for y'all. We're about to get to this here in a minute. We actually have some breaking footage coming out at this moment. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so let's jump back to the Taliban situation right now inside of Afghanistan. We have gotten our first look at what appears to be what the Taliban are using for air defense units, and it is as bad as we were expecting. I was describing earlier, I said they have small arms, and they also have occasionally some AA guns for air defense. They don't have any real proper air defense systems, and this is proof of that. This appears to be a pickup-style Humvee, possibly, and they've put a gun, a big AA gun in the back of it, and you see here there's a guy with binoculars sitting on the top of the cab of the Humvee as the targeting pod for the system. So take a look at this.
I'm not gonna lie, man, before we even play it, what's the purpose of using binoculars when it's pitch black out? Like, he's just looking up and going, yes, it's dark up there. Like, it's
not even night vision. It's not even thermal. It's just literally like normal binoculars.
Dude, so like, he's going, wow. And they're going, what? No matter how much I zoom in, it's still black. Are these things working? It's like, bro, it's the pitch at night. What are you doing? But anyways, this guy's even laughing at it. This guy filming it's even laughing at it.
ولیدونکو د کندهاري ځوانان هم د تیارسي په حالات کې دي دښمن تر څار لاندې راوستلي دي نو کله چې دوی ته امر کېږي نو دوی به د امر سره سم
Bro, we got the ghetto band out here putting a gush gun in the pickup Humvee.
Man, it kills me too. These guys fight wars in their sandals. It kills me. Like they did this during when the U.S. was fighting them. By the way, they were doing it like that. These guys are just out here like they're just like going on a stroll or something like that. Like they're in the robes, they're in the sandals. And also, could you imagine before this guy started filming? Like they're not. These guys aren't even moving. They're like wax figures. They're not even moving an inch. That guy's not scanned the sky one time with those binoculars. He's literally looking at the same exact spot. This guy said, "All right, ready, action." It's like this is purely for the cameras.
You know, this guy right here has probably never taken the lens caps off of that binocular, so even in broad daylight, it looks pitch black looking through the optics. So he's probably thinking that's working normally right now. He's probably like, yeah, there's nothing up there. It's like, it's pitch black, you idiot. You can't see anything in the middle of the night.
لازم اقدامات ترسره کوي ورزي شده او سپین بولدک ولسوالی کی
You know, this is why I'm saying, folks, that the Taliban would never pose a threat, because no matter how many Humvees and the Max Pros we leave behind, this is still what the Taliban's armed forces amount to in a conventional setting, is basically that. So, I mean, you know, it's like, is that going to be a risk to anyone? It's clearly not a risk to the Pakistanis. And, you know, the Pakistanis militarily are, you know, not anything to boast about, at least from a Western sense. So, you know, in this regard right here, I mean, you know, this is going to be a wash, at least for the Taliban. The Pakistanis are about to have a large amount of free target practice, and it looks like they're already getting it. But moving on out of that clip, which we'll have to close down on that side window right there, we are going to be getting back to these pictures that were made by none other than Harry Moulton, who makes unbelievably good aircraft photos. I have to say, folks, I cannot say it enough. Make sure to go follow Havoc Aviation, who is the person who is taking these pictures on Twitter. They do absolutely incredible work, and I think that a lot of people should know about their work and make sure to follow them and see it directly from the source, because, I mean, these are literally movie-grade pictures that are being taken right here. This is the kind of stuff that you would see in the cutscenes at the beginning of a movie explaining, like, the greater war or the plot that's going on for a film. It's unbelievably good. But these F-35 Lightnings are from the United States Air Force, meaning that they're F-35As. And these F-35As did depart from Hill Air Force Base sometime hours prior and made the long flight all the way from here, which is just a couple of miles north of us, and all the way over to RAF Lakenheath, which I need to find here really quickly, right here. That is a 4,200-mile long nonstop flight if they flew nonstop. Or if they did a stop in the United States, it'd be about 3,000 miles long or so. Still, really neat to see him, and I gotta say, these F-35s, knowing that they're from Utah, I know that these guys and these aircraft have got to be some of the nicest people. They're about to be over Iran, sipping on a swig, dropping GVU 34s and 39s on them. I mean, it's gonna be a good time for these guys. But I mean, look at it. Look at the pictures, man.
That's a very nice. Look at that. That's very nice right there. Iran will get a close view of them possibly very soon, possibly.
Very soon, we would hope. We would hope, I'd say. But moving on out from that, it is time for us to get on out of that little bit of news inside of Britain, and it's now time for us to move on down into a little bit closer towards the Middle East and into Crete. But before we get to that, folks, I do want to take a little bit of a pause, because I've got to thank all of y'all for being here at the moment. We actually have 18,000 people with us still right now, and at the peak tonight, we actually had 19.6 thousand people here. We've had 120,000 people watch the stream so far in an hour and 20 minutes. I've got to thank you all massively for enjoying the show so far. I hope you all found our news to be well researched and truly breaking. It seems as though many people have not really heard about what's been going on in Afghanistan and Pakistan today. It seems to have been a shock to many people, and we're always happy to know that we get to cover the news that a lot of y'all aren't hearing out there in the United States and around the rest of the world, because mainstream news companies are too busy talking about how good the Republicans and the Democrats are instead of focusing on actual stuff that's happening in the world, which is happening all of the time. So with that in mind, before we get on into the rest of this, I do want to take a little bit of a moment to be able to address 3 questions from the chat, and then we're going to be moving into the rest of the news, starting with our news in the Middle East and the actual ground developments that we've seen today. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first 3 super chats and getting right back to our news after that, our first one is going to be a very generous $100 support from none other than Nick Hines. And thank you very much, Nick, for that very generous support right there. And we appreciate that very much once again tonight. And he said, hello, enforcers, LSA forever. And what do you think the chances are that Iran will use a uranium-based nuke with a gun-type detonation, as uranium is easier to detonate than plutonium, in a desperate attempt when the U.S. and Israel attack their country?
I gotta thank you for the incredibly massive support, Nick, but I would have to say that the chances of Iran using a nuclear weapon is wildly slim. As a matter of fact, it would be next to impossible at this point. We have not seen them conduct a successful nuclear test, and we've also seen that according to all U.S. reports, the nuclear program has either been significantly slowed, meaning that they're not really that close to creating a nuclear weapon, at least in terms of time, relative to time at the moment, and also we also know that they did take moderate enough damage prior that it has generally either slowed or stopped the nuclear program for a little bit, meaning that it will still take time for them to ever have a usable nuclear weapon, which they will not have by the time we're striking them, which is probably going to be fairly soon. So I'd say that the chances of that are probably less than 1%, probably even 0.1% or somewhere around there, because the statistical probability of them somehow now getting enough fissile material together into a working bomb, testing one, and then using one would be incredibly slim, especially with the amount of time that we've been given so far, which U.S. strikes are probably at this point only days or 2 weeks away. Oh boy. But anyways, beyond that, a humongous thanks to you for the incredible support, Nick. Really interesting question, and I hope that we were able to answer that quite well. And I got to thank you massively for helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. Many people who are new to the channel may not know this, but our channel does not run ads, and it does not run sponsorships on our live streams. It also doesn't run sponsors on our videos. Sometimes we have taken sponsors on our videos, but generally we don't really like doing that, and we generally would prefer not to. And the reason why we get to prefer not to do that is because of people like Nick, who support this channel and help it to keep on running through their support. This channel is basically crowdfunded from the top down, and we've got to thank folks like Nick and everyone else that supports the channel massively, because they go out of their way to do something they do not have to do, which is supporting this channel, but they make it possible for Matthew and me to eat our Costco chickens, to sit behind the screens here and work all day, every day on covering this news. And not only that, they make the show possible for all of y'all, because they give us the chance to be able to run this thing every day. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again, Nick. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and a humongous thanks to you for the incredible support as well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also a big shout out to Bobby, also known as LC39A. He throws in another support right here, a $100 support. And thank you very much, Bobby, for that very generous support. Of course, we do appreciate that very much. And also, we appreciate you being a long-time channel viewer as well. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you as well, massively, for the support, Bobby. And hey, I hope you're doing well up there in Canada. One of our great viewers from Canada. I gotta thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep rolling, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a humongous thanks to you as well for the incredible support tonight. And with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news for the night. So Matthew, what do we got?
In our last one of the segment goes to Old Warrior Fellow, who put in a 100 as well. And a huge shout out to Old Warrior for also being another longtime channel legend, just like Nick, Bobby, and we appreciate you, Old Warrior, very much for that support. He did not leave a comment, though, but we appreciate it. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And actually, Old Warrior Fella did leave a comment. He said, when you see soldiers...
Wait, he did?
Yeah, he did. He actually... he said... when you
Are you sure it's not a second one?
No, this is his first $100 super chat of the night right here that I'm reading, and it has a comment attached to it. And he said, when you see soldiers smiling like that before contact, they have no clue. And take one from the chat. And I gotta thank you amazingly for that incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running, Old Warrior Fella. And I'd have to agree with you. I don't really think the Taliban knows what they're getting into, and I think a lot of the seasoned guy, well, quote-unquote seasoned guys that generally kind of knew what they were getting into, well, they usually got vaporized in the U.S. airstrike over the past 20 years. So a lot of these guys are kind of fresh to the whole thing, and they don't really know what they're getting into. So with that in mind, I would have to definitely agree with you. I don't think they know what they're getting into, but I think the Pakistanis are about to teach them what they're getting into and what it's all about as far as war goes. And also, we will make sure to take one from the chat in your honor, Old Warrior Fella. And so, Matthew, what do we got from the live chat in honor of Old Warrior Fella?
All right, so the live chat question goes to none other than Grippin Lover, who said, was the drone that was fired at the Charles De Gaulle French carrier, was it in Swedish airspace when it was shot down?
We don't know if it was shot down. They state that the Swedish government deployed countermeasures from the Swedish army, but we do not know what that means. We don't know if that means some sort of electronic warfare air defense or some sort of kinetic air defense. We don't really even know if it was shot down. It's kind of a bit of a mystery at the moment. But we do know that it did violate Swedish airspace, because the Charles de Gaulle, during the time of the incident, was actually moored within this port right here, and the drone flew directly over and around the carrier. So it would have had to have been well within, one, Swedish territorial waters, which extends about, I believe it's 10 to 20 miles off of the coast, and then two, it was well within Swedish territory because it was literally over a port facility. So it definitely did violate Swedish airspace and also the air security perimeter around the carrier during that incident. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for the support, old warrior fella, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep the thing rolling year after year, day after day, month after month, week after week, century after century. And so with that, it is time for us to move on into the rest of our news for the night. Moving us on into the island of Crete, we were able to see that satellite photography today showed something interesting. It's the Gerald R. Ford that was leaving Suda Bay and heading on towards the area of the Eastern Mediterranean. At this point, we believe that it has arrived within theater. It's most likely made it past Cyprus and is most likely hanging out somewhere in between there and the coast near Israel or Lebanon. At the time that the satellite picture was taken, it was apparently on the northern side of Crete, and it was heading in a general easterly direction. And the reason why I'm going into all of this detail, folks, is because this was taken by a Chinese satellite. So quite clearly, the OPSEC has already been blown. If a Chinese satellite is seeing your aircraft carrier, we don't even have to worry about this being sensitive info. The Chinese already have it, the Iranians probably already have it, and everyone in the world has it at this point because it was reposted online. Additionally, we also got to see a high-resolution image of the carrier. Now, that's a lot higher resolution than the last one. We even got to see all of the FA-18 Super Hornets and all of the other general multi-role or electronic warfare aircraft on the deck. I mean, they have the deck littered with these aircraft.
They also have a polygon around the wake behind the carrier as well. I wonder if they're able to somehow estimate how fast the carrier is moving based on the wake, because it looks like it detected it.
Yes, they actually are.
Oh, wow, that's quite interesting here. They've gotten some pretty advanced tech here. And also, it's a little disturbing that China keeps releasing these images over and over and over. So Iran's definitely seeing it, I would imagine. So they really don't even need to send a drone out. They can just simply get the information from the Chinese.
Also, someone, Dan Brooks, said, "What evidence do you have that is Chinese intel?" Well, my friend, the greatest way to find that out is this language right here that's called Mandarin. That's right next to the English right here. Now, I'm not an expert. I'm not a genius or anything. But I generally know that while some mandarins grow on trees and they make great orange juice, whenever Mandarin is in a language, that means it's from China, and that means that this is a Chinese satellite because its main operating software apparently operates in Mandarin. So that would give us the best idea that this is a Chinese satellite. Now, I'm no expert or anything, and don't take me on my word for that, but Mandarin usually indicates that the satellite is highly likely Chinese. I've never seen a U.S. military satellite show everything in English and Mandarin simultaneously. But moving on from this page, also, oh, wait a minute, hang on, by the way, it also was able, I have to point that out, to identify individual elements on the flight deck, which is fairly interesting here. For one, it identified the individual aircraft carrier, the CVN-78, which is specifically the Gerald R. Ford. So somehow the aircraft carrier was actually able to identify the specific carrier and its class. And then it was able to identify aircraft that were on the deck, including FA-18 Super Hornets, some E-2 Hawkeyes that appeared to have been in the central upper area towards the bow of the flight deck, and also a large number of FA-18 Super Hornets that were grouped up on the bow of the flight deck further on up towards the front of the ship. So it seems to be that this satellite can really deduce a lot of info, and I guess they're feeding it a whole bunch of information, or they have some sort of a sorting algorithm that this is transmitted to on the ground that's able to deduce all this information, because it's actually pretty damn thorough. And this was
it's definitely AI detection. Like they would have to be using AI for this, because I don't think there's any other system that could do this analysis to this level of detail like that. It's got to be. I think they've probably had this integrated for a while, actually.
I would have to say, I think they do have that. I think that is definitely the case. They definitely have it because when we move on down into southern Israel, they did the same thing at the Avda Air Base today as well. And I'll show you all that here really quickly. This is the Avda Air Base. We understand that a tarmac, well, actually the tarmac where the F-22s are currently at, and one of the runways has been resurfaced, apparently to allow for smooth and seamless operations of the F-22 from the air base. And it also appears that the same Chinese satellite also took pictures of the Avda Air Base today, and then visually confirmed the presence of all 11 F-22 Raptors that were visually present at the airfield today.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting too, by the way. Also, that is interesting to actually see that based in Israel, like fighter jets. Like, we were talking about that yesterday. This is unprecedented. It's the first time we've ever really seen this done by U.S. forces to be stationing fighter jets at Israeli air bases. That is fascinating to see. And we've got quite a few there, by the way. We've got a lot. And this is only one of several that we have based in the whole country of Israel.
And also, once again, just to make sure to confirm for everyone, there is Mandarin down there at the bottom right side of the screen. It looks, and now don't take me for on my word for this, it might be an alien satellite, but it looks to me like this is a Chinese satellite. And there's a lot of Mandarin here in these markers for the F-22s. So it seems to me might be Chinese. But outside of that, though, it does appear that at the moment there is at least 11 F-22s that are currently at the Avda Air Base, which is fairly interesting to note. And once again, this is the first time, folks, that we can ever confirm that the U.S. Air Force has operated out of Israel. So that's a fairly interesting thing to see. I've also tried to look into that after the show last night, and to be entirely honest with you folks, I couldn't actually find any proof of the U.S. Air Force ever basing in Israel before this time right now. So this might be a first in history that the U.S. Air Force is basing in Israel, which isn't something that you're going to hear from a lot of people, because then a lot of people are obviously going to ask the question, well, why in the world have U.S. Air Forces not based in Israel for like the last 70 years? And then that starts to bring up the whole question of, how in the hell are they like, the greatest ally, but unlike other allies that we say are garbage, we can't base our air forces in their country. But anyways, enough of that. It is time for us to move on up into Lebanon, because in the Baalbek Valley area today, it appears that the Israeli Air Force was getting a little busy. They were starting to bomb Hezbollah forces left and right. As many of y'all will know, the Missile Command forces, or the Missile Command of Hezbollah, has already been killed outright several days ago, all 8 of their commanders and sub-commanders in an Israeli airstrike that happened within the southern part of the country. We've now seen today that larger airstrikes began to be inflicted upon the entire area of the Baalbek Valley, which we were able to see in these clips here, as it appears that Israel is trying to destroy any Hezbollah weapon stocks, caches, command posts, and supply hubs that they can before this war with Iran kicks off.
Man, Israelis know one mode, and it's big ones and big ones only. You have to admit, like, you may have your gripes about Israel, but they know how to make some fireworks happen whenever they go after something.
They certainly do. I think we can all agree on that one. They certainly know how to get the fireworks going, and that's no question about it. But we can also see here one of these explosions happening right there.
Wah wah, wah wah, take cover, wah wah.
Man, hop hop. But I mean, it's like, bro, blood is speaking tuk-tuk, bro. He's just walking around going, hop hop. Like, it's like, man, babies. Moving on from that, we've also been able to see, also, let me move you all into the second clip here. I just X'd out of it. We were also able to see the smoke rising from some of the Israeli airstrikes. And we can also hear the reports from the explosions. We also saw in this clip more of the smoke rising from the explosions. And then, last but not least, we got this picture here showing the actual detonations and impacts of the Israeli ordnance on the hillsides near to the Baalbek Valley area. From what we know, the Israelis are most likely conducting this as a preparatory action to prepare for greater military activities against the Islamic Republic of Iran. The reasoning being behind this is that the Hezbollah forces have already claimed that if Israel or the United States attacks Iran, Hezbollah is going to join Iran in attacking Israel. This wouldn't really sound like it poses a problem, but funnily enough, it actually does. The Hezbollah forces use this thing called a Qassam rocket. Let me go pull up one of those for y'all. They are really, truly at work. It's basically like a giant Estes rocket, but they have tons of these things, and they're pretty easy to build and pretty easy to fire. The problem with it, though, is that each one of these has to be intercepted and shot down before it hits a target, because this thing could end up wiping out, a group of people, like a family or something like that on the ground in some random Israeli city, so they require air defense interceptors to be used against them to be able to shoot them down before they hit anything in Israel. Now, the problem with that is that if Hezbollah does that at the same time that Iran is attacking Israel, that means that Israel's shorter range air defense systems like the Iron Beam and the Iron Dome could easily be overwhelmed with the hundreds of drones and also rockets that would be flying into the airspace at the same time. That generally would be too much for Israel to handle, and that's also something that the United States Air Force and coalition air forces really wouldn't be able to help Israel defend against either. So a lot of these rockets would end up making their mark inside of Israel if that happens. That's why the Israelis are going ahead and bombing these locations and facilities inside of Lebanon, so that way when an attack is conducted, we will not see the Israeli air defense is generally heavily overwhelmed. It's definitely going to get overwhelmed. That I can tell you, at least for the opening days. But as far as heavily overwhelmed to the point that Israel is being saturated with rocket fire and also ground attacks that are hitting basically all of their marks, that would be a little less likely. But moving us on out from that little bit of news right there about the Israelis conducting their strikes in Lebanon, we've also seen a really interesting development happening over in Abdanan in Iran. This is actually where there has been some ongoing anti-government sentiments. It's been mostly peaceful outside of the Iranian government, shooting into the crowds, which has been going on everywhere again, but we were able to see that this larger industrial center within Abdanan caught on fire. I wonder why.
Rumor has it that before this happened, a fishing boat pulled up to the coast of Iran, and some gentlemen jumped off the boat and happened to make their way toward land. That's the rumor. I'm joking, by the way, but it's like something like this happening. It's like there's some folks roaming around Iran that are clearly not Iranian aligned, I would say.
Actually, Matthew, I have heard. Now, I'm pretty sure that I'm correct on this. I heard that one of the guys that hopped off the boat looked like this, and he apparently ate a can of spinach. Like he said, "I'm gonna burn this place down." And then he burned it down with some matches.
I think there's some thieves around here.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, man. I think this guy was morbidly a beast. Honestly.
Oh man, I'll tell you what.
Oh man, but beyond that, let me get you all into the next clips that we have of this roaring pyre in Abdanan. Oh, this guy literally went tisk, tisk, tisk. Oh, funny. Oh, man, he's shocked. He really is. I mean, who in the world could imagine? Who could ever imagine? We've also been able to see another clip of the fire in broad daylight.
Also, is it Bluto or is it Brutus?
It's either one. It depends on the year.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was about to say, I saw someone saying Bluto. I thought it was Brutus. But I see a lot of people saying Bluto, so I guess maybe that works possibly. He was a nemesis of Popeye. Let's call him that.
Well, I mean... But there's the fire. I mean, that thing's looking like it's cooking. It looks like Popeye might be over there smoking his corn on the cob, or the corn cob pipe, or whatever the hell it is. Wow! But anyways, moving on out of Abdanan, we've also been able to get some additional words out of Tehran today. For one, we were able to hear that, according to the Institute for the Study of War, they believe that the Iranians are unlikely to accept U.S. demands. I believe this came out today right before, actually this did come out after the negotiations, actually looking at the timestamp, and that was dead on correct. That analysis was correct. We also were able to hear that apparently it seems as though the Iranians put out another threat today. The Iranian military spokesman stated that in case of a conflict, the U.S. forces in the region would be destroyed. Well, I wonder if they will be able to ever see that would even come close to being true. The answer is no. So we can already get that one out of the way. No U.S. soldiers were injured or killed in the last engagement we have with the Iranians. It's highly unlikely anyone would even be wounded in the engagement that's about to come to the Iranians here soon. And if they are, it's going to be an incredibly small number. But with that is all of our news out of the Middle East for the day. And I actually have to move you all on over and into an entirely new segment that we can call this here, because this is actually something that isn't just like a small, brief little snippet moving us on into Europe now. This is an entire organic segment now. I can actually tell y'all that we are moving into the America Wars segment, because we now have one, well, actually, it might be two wars going on in Mexico. It might be coming around, and then we also have something brewing with Cuba. So might be
Wait,
three.
let me take us into the segment. By the way, let's do this properly right here. We have to cover the Donroe Doctrine, a brand new situation breaking out in the Western Hemisphere. You have to look out for that doctrine, sir. They said, sir, war is breaking out everywhere, sir. Looks like Cuba's next, possibly. Let's see what's happening.
This foreign policy is brought to you by Moneybase. But anyways, moving on. Oh man, I tell y'all, folks, I tell y'all. But moving on down into the ground, I do have to show you all this map right here. This is going to become very important here in a minute. We have currently what's going on in Mexico: a war between the Mexican government and the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, which is the group in red. All of that area in red is the zones of control of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel. And we also have a situation going on with the Cartel of the Gulf that has also emerged today, but we'll be getting to that here in a moment. The Mexican government did conduct another raid today on top leadership within the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, and we have now been able to hear, according to a statement by the Mexican government, that Mexican security forces have killed El Tuli, who is the right-hand man of El Mencho, who is now deceased. Hugo Cesar Macias Urina, known as El Tui or El Tulipan, was a close associate of cartel leader El Mencho, and reportedly became a key organizer of unrest following reports of his boss's death. According to Central Military Intelligence, authorities determined that Hugo H., alias El Tuli, was in El Grullo, Jalisco. He was described as a logistical and financial coordinator, and one of El Mencho's most trusted confidants. So this was basically the guy who kept the books. So I guess the best way to say this guy's position, if we were to put it in an official sense, would be like the Lord Treasurer, the Exchequer, or the Secretary of the Treasury. That's basically what his role was within the cartel. He was El Mencho's right-hand man as well, and generally, those positions in criminal outfits like mafias and cartels are generally right next up to the highest position, because running the books right takes a lot of trust. Usually it's not given to anyone. But we were able to hear that apparently El Tuli allegedly attempted to flee by car and opened fire on the Mexican security forces when they arrived to detain him. The security forces then returned fire, killing him on the spot. So we do understand that now, not only is El Mencho dead, but basically on the ground at least, the second in command, El Tuli, has now also been killed today by the Mexican government. Additionally, the Mexican government appears to be adding a lot onto their plate, because we've now also heard simultaneously today, while El Tuli was killed, Mexican authorities have now detained Lexus, or call sign Lexus, identified as a leader of the Operativa Ranger of Los Quislones, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, which is a part of the Cartel of the Gulf, or the Gulf Cartel, as we call it in English, in an operation in Sandoval, Tamaulipas. This is this cartel here in kind of like the bluish violet color that is directly along the Gulf. This one is actually the one that does border the United States of America along the American-Texas border. The Mexican-Texas border right around there. And it now appears that the Mexican government has taken an additional action, but they were able to apprehend this, at least one of the higher-up cartel leaders within the Cartel Gulf alive, so this might not turn into anything too big, at least at the moment, or it might turn into a full-blown conflict along the Mexican coastline within that area as well, which then would mean, crazily enough, that the entirety of the east coast of Mexico, except for the Yucatan Peninsula, will now be embroiled in basically open war, because right now the large majority, about half of the Mexican coastline on the east, is controlled by the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, which is in heavy unrest at the moment. Now we understand that the Gulf Cartel may also be involved in that as well. So the Mexican government appears to be moving pretty quickly. It also appears that apparently their pinpoint or precision raids are ending up with a high deal of efficacy, at least at the moment, of taking out top cartel officials within the Jalisco New Generation Cartel. And a lot of people are wondering about what's going to be happening here within Mexico. Sadly, folks, I wasn't able to get us a lot of the footage from the ground. I actually have to say, I do find the situation wildly interesting, what's going on in Mexico, but we have so much to cover, and considering that this situation is largely one among many at this point, sadly, we can't give it a great deal of coverage, but it is a wildly interesting situation that is developing in Mexico still. Moving on out of the...
You know, if you really think about it, there is really hardly anywhere on the planet at this point that's not embroiled in warfare. I mean, now Mexico's embroiled in a war. You have Pakistan and also Afghanistan in a war. Iran's an upcoming one. You have obviously Israel fighting with all the proxy groups. You have the war between Ukraine and Russia. I mean, you've got the impending Taiwan war. I mean, you've got wars all over the dang place now. It's literally wars everywhere for the most part. I'm sure there's some more I'm not mentioning that I'm probably forgetting about on top of that. So it's a wild time to be alive, isn't it? It's really wild to see it.
It really is wild. Let me bring y'all through the list of conflicts that have gone on this year, or at least the continents that have conflicts that have gone on them over the past about 2 months at this point. North America, South America, Africa, Europe, the Middle East, and that would be basically it. So the only ones that have not had a war breakout on them would be Oceania, the continent, which is Australia, New Zealand for the larger part, and some of the islands out in the Pacific, and then Antarctica. I mean, it'd be really damn hard to see a war break out on either of those continents, just due to the fact there isn't really a lot of people who live there.
Yeah. Well, you remember the U.S. almost started a war with that island out in the middle of nowhere that had penguins on it by tariffing the penguins. They almost started a war with the penguins. So, I mean, everybody is getting looped into this situation. Like, I'm not sure if anybody's exempt. So, for now, Greenland is somewhat safe, at least for now. It sounds like Greenland was kind of let go of, at least for the time being. But you got, obviously you got the Russia thing. The Russia-Ukraine thing in the midst of all this is still ongoing, but it doesn't seem as monumental now that everything else has erupted. But, Russia's planning a false flag with nuclear weapons. They're already planning that and announcing it. So it's just like a powder keg. Like it's hard to predict where the next hotspot's going to break out just because how unpredictable it is. I mean, for example, look at the situation that broke out between Afghanistan and Pakistan today. We could not have predicted it was going to escalate that fast within less than 24 hours. That popped off today, just out of the middle of nowhere, and to a degree that we weren't expecting. So you just can't predict it. It's very volatile times pretty much everywhere.
Also, by the way, folks, if you want me to list off the wars individually, which I saw some people ask, I'll do that really quickly. So we have the war of the Mexican government versus the Jalisco cartel. We then have the war between the U.S. and Venezuela. This is just the ones that have happened this year, not the ones that are currently ongoing. The war between the U.S. and Venezuela, which lasted for a couple of hours. We then have... Let me think here. Oh, yeah, the war in Ukraine. We also have the Sudanese civil war. We also have the ongoing conflicts basically throughout the entirety of Africa, either against terrorist forces or in civil wars. We then also have the ongoing conflict that's going to be happening with Iran that's basically guaranteed at this point. So there's going to be a war with Iran this year. There's been a conflict between Pakistan and Afghanistan. There's been a conflict between Thailand and Cambodia, Pakistan and India. There's a broiling conflict between China and Taiwan that's brewing at the moment. And let's see, I might have left a couple out, but I mean, there's a lot of them, and this has just really been within like 2 months, or really more so like 6, really honestly counting, because I was just thinking the India-Pakistan thing happened more so last year. But that's all the stuff that's happened within the last 6 months. Man, sounds like we're living in a time of peace right now. A real Pax Americana, if I've ever heard it. And of course, we can't ever say that the great leader is wrong in saying that he's brought peace to the entirety of the globe. I mean, it's just that half of it, well, actually, more like 70% of it's on fire and people are getting shot in about 70% of the globe right now. But hey, I mean, like, it's a time of peace. And the Dow's at 50,000 points.
Could I get the everything's fine meme? You know what I'm talking about? The one where the guy's sitting in the chair and the whole thing's burning down. He's like, "This is fine." He's sitting there like swirling the coffee around. Like, I get the meme. I want an honorary showing of this meme right here. I have to see it. I have to see it. Before we move on. So let's see if we can get that. There it is right there. Look at that. That dog sitting there like that. Look at him. He got a little hat. He said, "This is fine," and he's drinking his coffee. So at least he's caffeinated in the midst of all this. It's always good to be caffeinated. But yeah, that's the way it kind of feels right now. It's pretty much like that.
Man, also, really quickly, let me go get this one. Coffee. Oh, let me see if I can get this one. Bro, every day we get up, Matthew, we look like this. Bro, like, that's us.
I feel like I'm looking kind of raggedy these days a little bit. I'm really looking interesting, folks. My hair has gotten really long. I need a haircut. I got a beard going on. I feel like a caveman these days. I'm literally like not leaving the house. I'm like that other streamer dude that everybody's always checking on. They're like, "Is this guy okay? He doesn't leave the house." There's like roaches crawling around and stuff. I don't have the roaches, but a haircut is needed and stuff like that. It's like this has got to calm down, man. We got to live a little bit of a life here. We're working 24/7.
And I gotta agree. I mean, it's getting tiresome, folks. We're basically working every day. And for people who've got a problem with what I said, I am so sorry that you're so easily to offend. I'm sorry you're a snowflake. I mean, you might want to work on that. And secondly, I mean, if some like the thing is that like just to say this really quickly, nobody like a year or two ago was saying that they're going to bring peace to the entirety of the globe and there's going to be peace on Earth. Nobody was saying that. The current guy said that there's going to be peace on Earth, and there is. And I mean, literally everywhere in the world is in a war right now. So I mean, I'm not trying to go out of my way to, basically insult the great leader, but at the same time, I mean, it's kind of a little hard to say that peace has come to the whole globe when it hasn't. A little tough. But anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to move on and into the rest of the news that we have from inside of Europe. Well, actually, I'm sorry, I just forgot. We have a whole other thing going on now, which is with Cuba. So let me get down to the Cuban news really quickly before we move on. Moving us on down to Cuba, we have been able to hear that there has been more statements on the Cuban boat. According to the Secretary of State, he is and also I have to make sure to give him the proper intro. The Grand Bolivar of Venezuela and Gran Colombia, the Imperator of Cuba, the Governor of Minnesota, the manager of all of the Hilton hotels and the fishes and the animals of the sea and the earth, and also I believe he is now the grand negotiator between the Russian Empire and the United States of America, has stated that according to the Cuban regime, the boat was registered in Florida. We're going to find out exactly what happened here, and then we'll respond accordingly. We were also able to hear that apparently at this point, the U.S. officials were able to confirm that a boat generally matching this description, which I would call a mid-weekend fishing boat, apparently was carrying the U.S. citizens on board and apparently was registered in Florida. And now the U.S. officials have stated that they will respond appropriately to this escalation. I'm going to actually have to say, folks, that while I say that the loss of American lives is heavily unfortunate, I also have to say that we have to measure that within reason, and I bet they're kind of just looking for anything to justify doing something against Cuba right now. But at the same time, though, they were a mile off of the Cuban coast from what we know at the moment, according to how the story's gone, and they were well within the territorial waters of Cuba. So at that point, they've, one, illegally entered Cuba because we don't allow U.S. citizens to enter Cuba. That's for one. So they not only broke U.S. law by doing that, secondly, they did violate Cuban territorial waters. So then at that point, that's however the Cubans are going to respond. I would have to say, I mean, I don't really know why we'd even escalate over this. I don't know what in the world 10 U.S. citizens were doing on a boat down a mile off the Cuban coast, well within their waters, and then firing at the Cuban Coast Guard. That sounds like something that was a wild development, but something that I really wouldn't see requiring U.S. government action at this point.
Yeah. And also, by the way, just to clarify something, also, by the way, this is not an actual picture of the boat that was used, by the way. This is an image that's being used as a placeholder. So just to make that perfectly clear, this is not the boat itself, but it's generally sort of the same model of boat that we heard about being used. As far as we can tell, and as far as I've heard based on reports, the boat was stolen. So the guy who actually owned the boat that was used to go down to Cuba was not aware of what was happening with it. All he knew was his boat got stolen. So I think the FBI went and questioned that guy, and they asked him some questions, and they realized, oh, hey, look, this guy has no involvement at all. His boat got stolen, and that's the end of the trail here. So everything that happened beyond that was whoever was on this boat, and they were the ones actually on the vessel. It was apparently all on them. So the boat was just simply collateral in the whole thing, pretty much.
And also, I see someone saying, well, it's just the Cuban story. Well, yes, that is the Cuban story, that they were only a mile off the coast. But at the same time, though, the U.S. has never refuted the story, and they could have easily done that today by saying, no, the boat wasn't within Cuban waters. The Cuban Coast Guard approached the vessel in international waters and then harassed them. And then that would be a totally different story. But right now, what they're saying is, we confirmed that the boat was registered in Florida, and is a boat generally looking like this one, was registered in Florida. It was shot at, apparently. And that's that. I mean, they didn't really refute that it was only a mile off the coast of Cuba. And whether we like Cuba or not, I mean, at the same time, folks, if a cartel boat was a mile off the coast of, say, Florida, and the U.S. Coast Guard approached them and they fired on the Coast Guard is well within its sovereign right as a armed force of the United States of America to light up that boat, sink the thing, and basically wipe out anyone on board, and if there's anyone left, pluck them out of the water, and then take them on to be taken into U.S. custody or treated for their injuries. That would be the legal right of the United States and its sovereign waters, and we do technically recognize, if I'm not mistaken, Cuba as a sovereign nation, because they do have an embassy within the United States of America, so if they're inside of Cuban waters, I mean, our hands are kind of tied. It's unfortunate to hear that they got killed, but at the same time, they were well within Cuban waters. Whatever happens there happens. And I mean, firing on any armed force from any government it's generally not a good idea. You're going to get shot back at. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And a lot of people are wondering what's going to be coming to follow, considering this developments that have happened today about the whole boat situation. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so the big news today, like we've been talking about, is U.S. officials are confirming that Americans were on board the boat that were killed when Cuba opened fire on the boat near their coast. And what are your thoughts? 38% said the U.S. will do nothing significant, while 28% said the U.S. will merely ramp up threats against Cuba, and 22% said the U.S. will strike Cuba over the situation. And I would say that I think that they'll merely ramp up threats. We don't really know exactly what the people on the boat were actually up to. We still don't really know the answer to that. Some people are painting the narrative that some of those guys were fanatics that wanted to go down to Cuba to cause trouble, but we don't really know what the truth is. If they were officers of intelligence agencies, this is a risk that they take when they join an agency like that, is they could get burned. So we don't know if that's the case or not. They could have been loonies. They could have been agents, perhaps. We simply don't know. I will admit, the story does reek a little bit. It smells a little fishy, but at the same time, we can't make any concrete conclusions. So I think they'll merely ramp up threats, but I don't think the U.S. is going to strike Cuba over this situation. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I'd be with a 38%. I don't really think they're going to do anything significant, and I'd be entirely honest with you all, that would be the most logical approach to this at the moment. If we are not refuting that they were only a mile off of the coast of Cuba, whatever they were doing was clearly, one, in violation of U.S. law currently, because we ban travel to Cuba for U.S. citizens, meaning that if you do travel there, there is some sort of criminal penalties to follow once you return to the United States if it is found that you went to Cuba. And secondly, the Cuban government does have sovereign control over its waters, whether we like their communist government or not. So if they went down there, I don't really see what the point it would be of further escalating matters over a U.S. boat that by our own laws wasn't supposed to be there, by Cuban laws wasn't supposed to be there, and then on top of that, the people on board the boat fired on the Cuban Coast Guard and then got fired upon. Generally in terms of, the general fire when fired upon sort of a policy or a return fire policy, the Cuban Coast Guard generally exercised a decent amount of restraint, not lighting them up in the first place, which would be a problem even if it was within their waters, but they didn't. They got fired upon first and then fired back according to the prevailing story. So if that's the case, I don't really think anything should come out of this. This is just some weird incident. I'm sure it's going to become a Florida man incident, I'm very sure. But it's some sort of a Florida man incident, and it should be chalked up to that. Very unfortunate that some Americans died in it, but if Americans put themselves in dumb situations, and these were just some random Joe Blows the guy on this boat and went down there and did this, I mean, that's kind of on them at this point. But anyways, moving on from that and out of the Cuban situation, it is time for us to move on over and into East Asia, because we do have a little bit more news on this before we get to Ukraine. Moving us on into East Asia, we did get to see that there was an incident today between the Taiwanese Coast Guard and the People's Republic of China's Coast Guard as well. It appears that they violated the waters near to the Kinmen County, and the Taiwanese Coast Guard responded. Oh, turn up the audio.
呼叫中国海警145两钩艇，这里是中华民国海巡署 PP352洞艇广播。你未经许可进入我方水域，你的行动已影响我国海域秩序及安全，立即转向，尽速离开我方水域，否则我船将依法采取必要行动。
Interesting to see. We also got to see that up in North Korea, it appears that they once again displayed in a nighttime parade that occurred just recently, the North Korean expeditionary forces that were deployed to Russia. This was the group that took about a 70% fatality rate. I gotta put that out there. It wasn't a casualty rate, it was a fatality rate. They basically had the entire regiment wiped out, but apparently whatever's left of it, they're parading it around in North Korea like they really did something, and they once again played, from the military band, the song To Serve Russia. They love this song, and I gotta say that it's really kind of odd considering that the Juche ideology is hyper-nationalist and surrounds the idea of a Korean ethno-state. It's kind of wild that they play a song that literally talks about the glories of serving the Russian government and its purposes in war. So I find that kind of ironic, but here's a little bit of the clip. It's the usual sort of deal. And I'll mute
They are marching, and they are marching so proudly. As you can see, this man's holding back tears. He's looking at this. He's thinking, oh, they got walloped in Russia, but they are marching so well.
The brave North Korean special forces fought in the Kursk Oblast heroically and were able to inflict weakening casualties on the imperialist Western dogs. Look at them go. And it's like, funnily enough, out of like the 15,000 guys they sent, this is probably all that's left is this formation right here. No joke. The rest of them were wounded and killed over there, and a lot of them were actually just outright killed by the Ukrainians. Look at them go. And actually, funnily enough, folks, it appears that these guys are actually wearing the Ratnik uniform system provided by the Russians. So it looks like the North Koreans kept it and just brought them home with that.
Yeah, really. It's really interesting here that these guys, they look the part, but they don't at all have any experience. Like, none of the generals in the North Korean army know what the hell they're doing at all, because they have not fought well in Russia at all. In fact, they had to be pulled off the front lines because they did so badly that the Russians were tripping over the bodies of the North Koreans. That's how bad it was. It was literally that horrific. I don't think these guys could hold up. I wonder if they got into a ground war with South Korea, would they do as badly, or would they have a home field advantage at that point and do a little bit better?
I think they'd still do poorly. I don't really think there's a way that you could get the Korean army, the Korean People's Army, that is, to operate competently in the field, whether it's on the home front or if it's, say, in a foreign field like in Ukraine or Russia. It just doesn't appear that it goes well. Also, for them to hate America, it's always funny how everyone adopts baseball caps, you know? That's probably like the most ubiquitous hat style in the world. Everybody wears baseball caps now.
Yeah, really. It is kind of messed up looking.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. They ought to stick to the helmets and such. That looks way better. Oh, heroic. That guy was like a Xi Jinping look-alike right here. I mean, he's got the same hairstyle and like facial structure and everything.
Indeed. Look at him.
Look at him. That's wild. I mean, the similarities there. I mean, that's uncanny. It's like a body double.
It kind of is. It could be him.
It could be. I mean, possibly. But you see them all waving. Look at them go. This is only after like a year and a half after they were there and got wiped out. They're once again being showcased in a parade. But moving on.
Also, let me ask you a question real quick, because I'm having a hard time here. Is this poll understandable to you, by the way, or have I written it where it's confusing? Do you understand what it's asking?
Yes, I understand it.
Okay, I'm guessing. I'm not really sure. I understand the question, but of course I wrote it, so I would understand it because I'm the one who wrote the thing. But I'm seeing a lot of people saying they don't understand the question. But I'm not trying to say that you're wrong necessarily. It might be misunderstanding to some people, but I think I'll have to stick with it. I'm not really sure how to change it.
It's just asking, should U.S. companies refuse to allow the U.S. military to use AI to make lethal combat decisions? I mean, if you read that out as a sentence, it's very easy to, at least on my end, to understand. It's just asking, should a U.S. company refuse to allow the U.S. military to allow an AI system to make lethal combat decisions on its own? That's generally what it's asking. So, I mean, a lot of people are saying it's very confusing. I don't know, maybe it is to some degree, but I mean, I generally get it, but I guess a lot of people aren't. But anyways, with that, we are going to be moving on from this bit of news from Korea, where they were showing off the Russian Expeditionary Force, or the North Korean Expeditionary Forces once again, and we're now going to be moving on into the Ukraine War, because we finally made it, folks, 2 hours in to the staple news, which is the Ukraine War. And moving us on into the news that we were able to get today, we were able to hear that the Russians did announce there will be no deadline to end the war in Ukraine. Well, stop the presses, everyone, and get the negotiating teams going. It's time to make a deal. Let's call up Zelenskyy and put even more pressure on him and make a deal, because I'm sure that's going to work this time. I'm sure that's going to work, because the Russians clearly don't want to talk, but if we can force the Ukrainians to talk, maybe that'll make sense. But anyways, we also were able to see that in the meantime, the Ukrainians did obliterate the fertilizer plant at Dorogobush. Here's the before picture, and here is the after picture.
Damn.
Before, after.
Damn.
Before, after.
Holy.
But from what we understand, the fertilizer plant was completely obliterated in the strike successfully by the Ukrainians, and the fertilizer plant generally is producing gunpowder for munitions in the present day. We also were able to see some heavy attacks hitting the Moscow and Kaluga regions just recently, which we can see in these clips right here. Oh, do you hear that? If you don't, you're about to. Oh! Well, Let's get on to that next clip.
Also, by the way, I'm happy to report I just realized why people were not understanding the poll because I put the wrong prompt behind the yes to no options. I understand why people were confused now, so it's being reposted here in just a second.
Oh, many apologies, everyone, because I read the general question. I didn't look at the answers to it that you could pick, so sorry about that, everyone. I didn't catch that myself. Oh, what's going on here? There's a leg here in the camera. I guess it's just some girl talking about the attacks, I suppose. But moving on from that one, we also got this clip. Upp till mig, blir. Any second now. Oh, it sounds like it's winding up. Well, I guess we'll just have to wait on that. I guess we'll just have to wait and see on that one, me personally, as me thinks. We also get to see that down in Tula, the air defenses were active. We see a little puff of smoke up there in the air. And we can also see this clip as well of the streak of the missile that was fired by the air defenses that are on the very outskirts of the Moscow aerial defense perimeter. Moving on from these clips within Russia, we also have a little bit of interesting news to tell y'all in large. There's an ongoing drone attack, if y'all couldn't tell. You know, just in case, if the drone's flying over the explosions around the city, couldn't tell you, well, that ought to tell you. That ought to tell you. Moving on from that, we also were able to see, moving us out of Russia and on into Ukraine, some pretty interesting developments over the day. For one, we were able to see that the border guards, doing their best work, shot down a Shaheed. And it sounds as though they have dramatic music playing in the background, which is very unfortunate.
Also, by the way, the U.S. The U.S. will be using this, by the way, in our version of this called a Lucas drone, and the upcoming attack on Iran. We were just told that today that the Lucas drones, which are basically reverse-engineered Shahed drones, will be used to attack Iran. So we'll be using the same strategy that Russia uses against Ukraine and that Iran uses against Israel against the enemy this time. So that'll be fascinating.
Oh, wow, that's neat. Also, I think the music is gone. Let's take a listen. Oh, it is. Oh, and they line it up. Oh!
Oh, my God. Look, they got it.
Oh, my God. Bro, that is a 1 in a million shot. Dude took down a Shaheed with an AK.
That's insane, honestly.
That is insane. That is literally insane.
It sounds like a dirt bike that's getting fired at by like gangs or something like that. Look at this guy. He's going to go out there and go see what his handiwork looks like.
Man, he said, "Sons of bitches in my airspace. How dare they?" Man, he's walking up near the thing after he blew it up. What a legend! This guy deserves a medal for this. I mean, the marksmanship here on a moving target that fast at that distance, either that was a fluke shot that this guy just landed, or he is a crack shot, one or the other. Really impressive stuff, though. Moving on from that, we also got to see in our location unknowns today that the Russians have done badly over the past 24 hours. They have lost 1,360 troops wounded and killed in a day. And according to Miss DC, Keeper of the Records, this is the highest troop loss since mid-January. There's been a decrease in drones and AFVs. February vehicles average is higher than in prior months, and the total may exceed January in a few days. According to what we're able to see right here, 1,360 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 93 supply trucks, 3 main battle tanks, 25 artillery pieces, 681 drones, and 4 MLRS systems, which is a fairly large hit on MLRS systems in general. Moving us on from that, and on into Belgrade. We were able to see that Zelenskyy said, "I do not like these people. Knock out their power again." And it went out again. And
people just can't catch a break in this town. They just keep getting smashed. Look at it. Look at that. Oh, man, it must suck to live there, I tell you.
Man, bro, they're going to be looking like, let's see, beat up Squidward. Let me go see if I can get it, man. Like, they're going to be looking like this here in a little bit. Let me see if I can get the meme. Bro, dude, this is the Belgrade power grid right now.
Oh, man. True, man. I tell you what, look at that.
Man, honestly. But also, we got to see another clip, folks, showing us that actually it wasn't anything hitting Belgrade. It was actually HIMARS hitting Belgrade. Let's take a listen, everyone. Oh.
Bink. Man, I tell you what, the old-time channel legends, they remember the HIMARS song. Like, if you've been here for the entire war, pretty much, you remember that song. That was a hit song back during the beginning of the war, that HIMARS one.
La 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 la. Mars.
Mars.
Yeah, there we go. And we also got this clip as well. Let's take a listen. Let's stay quiet. Maybe the HIMARS will miss us if we're quiet. It's like he's not even aiming at you, dude. You don't have to worry. The Ukrainians don't wipe out civilians like the Russians do. I mean, that'd be ridiculous. Oh, a little flash out there. Very quiet, the missile won't find you. Bruh, some Jurassic Park type beat. Don't move. The dinosaurs can't see you if you don't move. Is that movie A Quiet Place? The monster won't find you if you're quiet. Oh shit!
The Tyrannosauruses have learned how to turn doorknobs.
Oh no!
Oh, not the Tyrannosauruses, but
the raptors, the velociraptors.
Yeah, there we go. There you go.
The T-Rex with its stubby little arms, even if it figured out how, it wouldn't be able to do it. It'd
have smashed the door. Really, it wouldn't even have to bother with the doorknob.
Man, the Tyrannosaurus would actually have to develop an understanding of the English language. They'd have to go, pardon me, sir. I need you to open up that door. My arms are simply too stubby to reach. Could you help? Yeah, sure. And then once someone opens it, thank you. And then they just maul the dude or something. But anyways, we also get to see in Vovchansk that the 57th Motorized Rifle Brigade was putting a number in on the Russians. And that number was a good old 1-2. Let's take a look. Oh, here's a couple of them.
Well,
the penguin! The penguins!
Oh my god! It's like the forest of horrors out here, like just standing there totally still. It's like they're deaf; they don't even hear it coming.
Man, they said if we act like penguin, they won't know. They knew.
Oh damn! The penguins may have escaped the terrorists, but they didn't escape the drone.
Man, I tell you. Oh, look, this guy's got a blanket over him. Not really working. This guy's also got a blanket. A lot of guys up in the Vovchansk front are using blankets in the penguin suits. It's not really working.
Notice though, it's actually masking their thermal signature a little bit. Like for the part that's actually covered with the blanket, it appears to be doing an okay job of masking them at least a little bit.
Yeah, but not good enough. You see, like this right here, it's just not good enough, you know.
Well, they got arms and legs hanging out of the blanket. That's why. It's like it's not fully covering their body. It's not big enough. Oh, look at this.
Oh. We also see this one coming on in. Oh, he tried to whack it with a shotgun. I don't think that turned out well. I see these guys crossing through no man's land towards Vovchansk. That didn't pan out.
There has to be a way to fully mask a thermal signature, like with like something you can wear on a battlefield to avoid thermal imaging like this. There has to be a way to develop a garment that can actually properly fully mask you. I'm convinced there's got to be.
You know, honestly, man, at this point, I would say that armies should revert back to the colorful uniforms of the Napoleonic era if you're going to be that visible on basically every optic, because the Russians and the Ukrainians have a humongous number of infrareds. Actually thermals, sorry, at this point. So it's like you can't even really hide with camouflaging, or at least break up your silhouette with camouflage any longer. So it's like, what's the point? I mean, we might as well just go back to, you know, the U.S. wearing like some sort of a dark blue color like we were wearing throughout most of U.S. military history. I mean, honestly, at this point, what harm could it do? But anyways, moving on from that and down into Luhansk, we also were able to see an attack that was conducted on an oil facility within the city. Oh, твою мать, блядь. This guy is depressed. He went, oh man. But moving on from that, we also got to see down in the Pokrovsk front that the border guards were making their way into Pokrovsk this morning. They put out the footage. It was actually a beautiful morning. Look at it. The drone nets over the streets, the snow, the sunrise in the distance.
Someone in the live chat said, if you can figure that out, Matt, you'll make a lot of money. That is something there that would be fascinating. Like, I think that would actually, I think militaries would be very interested in that. If a company developed a full system like pants, shoes, also like a face covering as well that could actually fully mask your thermal signature, I think that would do very well. I see people mentioning Mylar blankets. I think that's what the Russians might have been using in that clip back there. But the problem is, though, from my experience, like with those emergency blankets, which I believe are Mylar, they're generally very sort of loud, and also they're a little bit inflexible, so it's not really great for a garment. But there's got to be a way to mask. I'm surprised that nobody's really come up with that yet.
Yeah, I really am surprised. And also, moving on from that, folks, it is time for us to get on up to Kyiv to cover the speech from the president of Ukraine today, President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. How's everyone doing tonight? Y'all doing well? I hope y'all are, because this video always takes a little minute to load. But without further ado, they're adding those succulent thumbnails now to the speeches. And so without further ado, here is the speech. Peach!
Speech!
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. Перш за все, сьогодні є за що подякувати нашій ППО. Хороший результат. Були збиття, більше 30 російських ракет збиті, більшість з них йшли саме на енергетику. Справді вдалося захистити дуже важливі об'єкти. Щодо шахедів, результати теж є. Щоночі саме так, що ночі, коли є достатній боєзапас у наших ППО, коли партнери виконують те, про що ми домовляємось, у нас є можливість саме таких результатів і збиття. Протягом цих тижнів стали краще працювати повітряні сили Збройних сил. Деякі речі вдалося перебудувати в системі саме в організації оборони проти таких масованих ударів. Я хочу подякувати командуванню, я дякую міністру енергетики, дякую міністру оборони, усім, хто задіяний і на рівні центральної влади, і в областях, щоб система захисту неба працювала. Сьогодні я підписав указ про відзначення державними нагородами наших військових, які саме на захисті неба. Я хочу подякувати усім вам. Армійська авіація, ЗРК, мобільні вогневі групи, усі, хто задіяний. Я говорив сьогодні вже кілька разів з Рустемом Умєровим, Давидом Арахамією та з представниками президента Сполучених Штатів Америки Стівом Віткофом та Джаредом Кушнером. За підсумками сьогоднішніх їхніх зустрічей вже більше готовності до наступного тристороннього формату. Скоріше за все, зустріч наступна буде в Еміратах, буде саме в Абу-Дабі. Ми розраховуємо, що формат буде на початку березня. Треба фіналізувати все, що вдалося досягти для реальних гарантій безпеки та підготувати зустріч на рівні лідерів. Саме такий формат може багато вирішити. Зрештою, лідери вирішують ключові питання. І коли йдеться про Росію, про такий персоналістський режим, то це значно більше, ніж в інших країнах. Війну треба завершувати. Це наша позиція, це позиція України, це позиція всіх наших партнерів. Але, на жаль, всі зараз бачать, що готовності Росії до миру немає. І жодної ознаки, що Путін зупиняє свою машину війни, також поки що немає. Навпаки, він готується далі воювати, і світ повинен бути готовим тиснути на Росію, щоб це змінилося. Рецепт всім світі зрозумілий. Війну Росія зупинятиме навіть сама за власним бажанням, коли світ остаточно зупинить російську нафту і інші російські енергоресурси та російські банки. Це абсолютно реально. Санкції світу мають спрацювати на це, на справжній тривалий мир. Звісно, із Америкою, із Європою ми обговорюємо кожен з форматів тиску, форматів дипломатії, які можуть дійсно спрацювати. Дуже важливо, щоб партнери і надалі залишалися достатньо рішучими. Я надав сьогодні команді наступні директиви, те, чого ми маємо досягти. Ще одне, детально ми обговорили з прем'єр-міністром України Юлією Свериденко підготовку нашої стратегії відновлення енергетики та оновленого захисту енергетики на наступну зиму. Вже на 1 березня стратегію фіналізуємо, після того затвердимо, щоб і Єврокомісію, і країни Європи, і Америка, і глобальний бізнес, і українські компанії, які мають відповідну силу, щоб усі могли доєднатися і працювати разом з нами, разом з нашими людьми, заради більшої стійкості та більших можливостей на наступну зиму. Звісно, на час в цьому році, коли російські удари можуть надалі бити по нашій інфраструктурі, по наших містах. Увесь позитивний досвід українських міст, досвід українських громад, які проходять цю зиму краще, ніж інші. Увесь цей досвід має бути врахований. Я розраховую на пропозиції від регіонів. Це ваша відповідальність, і регіони повинні бути реально підготовлені. Я хочу подякувати кожному, хто працює на Україну. Я хочу подякувати всім, хто захищає нашу державу, хто захищає українців. Дякую вам. Слава Україні!
Slava.
And with that, that is the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. And it's time for us to move on into the second segment of the stream to where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And boy, howdy, folks, is it going to be a blast. We can talk about literally anything and everything except for religion, politics, climate change, and whether the A-10 is relevant in modern warfare or not. Everything else is on the table, though. But I have seen some people bringing up something that I believe has apparently afflicted many people. It's a big question. It came up during the middle of Zelensky's speech. I saw some people, a couple of them ask, where does Zelenskyy get his cocaine now? And I would say you need to worry less on that and more on Dale, who's cooking meth in the trailer next to you. That probably is more pressing for you. But beyond that, it is time for us to get on into all the questions that we have. We have quite many of them. And we also have another question on the general issues with artificial intelligence that we're now hearing about emerging from the Department of Defense that has once again emerged today due to a situation that is involved with an AI company. I'm actually going to allow Matthew to take a minute to explain the situation to all of y'all in a little bit greater detail. I think he knows a good bit more about it than I do. And then we'll go over the results of what all of y'all are saying currently. And so, Matthew, what do we got on that?
Okay, so there is an ongoing situation. It's actually a tit for tat that keeps going on right now. It's between the Department of War, also known as the Department of Defense, legally speaking, and also between them and an AI company called Anthropic. So basically, the crux of the issue is the Department of War wants Anthropic to completely unrestrict their AI model for use in lethal combat situations and possibly for mass surveillance. So Anthropic keeps saying that we cannot do that, and they will not do that as a company. And today they took a final stand and said something to the effect, I'm trying to get the quote here. They said, regardless of the threats, they do not change our position that they cannot in good conscience accede to the request. So they're taking a stand. And also, by the way, that's very rare. I'm not saying this company is perfect, but the fact the company is willing to possibly take a hit as a company, which will obviously lead to possible financial losses, I would assume, that's a very rare thing to see, because these days, most people would never do that. It's always about the bottom line. It's always about making money. The almighty dollar powers everything. But this company is a little bit different, which I've never seen before in my lifetime. They are saying no to money, and they're standing on principle, which is very unusual. So this is the crux of the issue. The two things they're citing, which are huge concerns to them, like I mentioned, is that apparently the Department of War wants fully autonomous weapons that make kill chain decisions on its own accord. And also they're worried about the AI being used by the government for mass domestic surveillance and also interpreting that data to make a bigger use of it here in the United States. So that's what they're worried about, and that's the crux of the issue. So as a result of that, the Department of War has begun threatening to list them as a supply chain threat, which essentially creates long-term issues for the company trying to get any more government contracts. That's the way I understand that. So the government's being real nasty here for this company, simply trying to stand on principle. They're deciding to try to punish the company, which is certainly not a good look, by the way. Certainly doesn't look good for the United States, being a democracy, to try to go after a private company for trying to basically safeguard democracy, in my view. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would be with the 53%. There must clearly be safeguards exercised, and we're currently not seeing that at all from the Department of Defense or anyone else who's currently involved in the government in the acquisition process right now with AI. They've made it incredibly clear, at least according to Anthropic, and the issues that they had as follows. Mass domestic surveillance. We support the use of AI for lawful foreign intelligence and counterintelligence missions, but using these systems for mass domestic surveillance is incompatible with democratic values. AI-driven mass surveillance presents serious, novel risks to our fundamental liberties. To the extent that such surveillance is currently legal, this is only because the law has not yet caught up with the rapidly growing capabilities of AI. For example, under current law, the government can purchase detailed records of Americans' movements, web browsing, and association from public sources without obtaining a warrant, a practice the intelligence community has acknowledged raises privacy concerns and that has generated bipartisan opposition in Congress. Powerful AI makes it possible to assemble this scattered, individually innocuous data into a comprehensive picture of any person's life, automatically and at a massive scale. They also stated the following: fully autonomous weapons. Partially autonomous weapons, like those used today in Ukraine, are vital to the defense of democracy. Even fully autonomous weapons, those that take humans out of the loop entirely and automate selecting and engaging targets, may prove critical for our national defense. But today, frontier AI systems are simply not reliable enough to power fully autonomous weapons. We will not knowingly provide a product that puts America's warfighters and civilians at risk. We have offered to work directly with the Department of Defense and Research and Development to improve the reliability of systems, but they have not accepted this offer. In addition, without proper oversight, fully autonomous weapons cannot be relied upon to exercise the critical judgment that our highly trained professional troops exhibit every day. They need to be deployed with proper guardrails, which do not exist today. The Department of Defense has stated they will only contract with AI companies who accede to any lawful use and remove safeguards in the cases mentioned above. They have threatened to remove us from their systems if we maintain these safeguards. They have also threatened to designate us as a supply chain risk, a label reserved for U.S. adversaries never before applied to an American company, and to invoke the Defense Production Act to force the safeguards removal. These latter two threats are inherently contradictory. One labels us a security risk, the other labels Claude as essential to national security. Regardless, these threats do not change our position. We cannot in good conscience accede to their request. So far,
Also, I want to point something out real quick. The Department of War states that they will only contract with AI companies who accede to any lawful use. That is such bullshit. Like, I just want to say that for how that is. The government decides what's a lawful use. So there's a huge conflict of interest there, because all they have to do is go to a secret court, known as a FISA court, and they can go get a secret ruling that nobody will see that deems it to be lawful. Like, for example, there are mass surveillance programs in the United States that have been ongoing for years, and they're still ongoing today. And it was deemed to be lawful by a secret court that those mass surveillance programs were legal, and they're really not legal. But because a court said that they were, the government's allowed to continue doing mass surveillance without a warrant, which is not legal under the Constitution. So that's why this company is probably objecting to it, because saying any lawful use, that is not a protection against the government using this improperly at all. It's really bad. So the bullshit coming out of the Department of War is insane. There's another guy. Let me go see who he is, what his position is. He's the assistant to the Secretary of War for Public Affairs, who put out a statement that said this, and you can go grab this off of Twitter, by the way. I think it's toward the top of our Twitter page. This guy said, the Department of War has no interest in using AI to conduct mass surveillance of Americans, which is illegal. Even though the Department of War is not necessarily doing it, but the NSA is doing it. They've been doing it for ages. And he said, we don't want to use AI to develop autonomous weapons that operate without human involvement. The narrative is fake and being peddled by leftists in the media. Well, it's not the leftists in the media saying it, it's the company saying it. The company, the one that they're fighting with, is the one saying this stuff. So the leftists in the media have nothing to do with it. This is bullshit partisanship coming out of the Department of War. He also said, all we're asking is allow the Pentagon to use the model for all lawful purposes, which, like I said before, that's a major loophole. That's not something that prevents unlawful uses. So it is irritating as hell. Like, I am a patriot through and through, but to give people blank checks to do whatever the hell they want in the government is a terrible idea. I don't care who's in charge, if it's the Republicans in charge or the Democrats. Every single political party in this country has advanced mass surveillance. The Republicans did it and the Democrats did it. And it's not in American interest to do that. It subverts the Constitution. It's not something that is in American interest to do so, and we should adhere to the law. And also, we shouldn't be reckless with a new technology. With AI, this system should not be allowed to roam in all of our classified data. That should not be the case. We don't even fully understand AI yet. And that's what that company is trying to point out as well. We don't fully understand how this thing works, so let's not let it loose and make kill chain decisions that could be life and death for people. Let's not do that. That sounds like a reasonable precaution to me, in my opinion.
Also, on top of that, I think a lot of people are kind of missing the point that this thing is going to be mass surveilling people and able to create an exact profile of who you are. Don't you think that the government is going to abuse that information? Don't you? Like, You know, if you're a fan of this right now, I can already tell you, because I know who's going to be a fan of this and who isn't. If you're a fan right now, you're a Republican. I can already tell you that off the bat. So when the Democrats come in charge, what you're saying is you want the Democrats to have an exact profile of who you are, so that way they want to screw with you or make sure that you're treated lesser than the Democrats that did vote for them. They can do that. That's basically what you're saying. You're allowing the government to literally build a profile of you politically, thought-wise, religiously, and in every single way, so that way no matter what, the government will be able to know exactly who you are down to every single detail, and no matter who's in charge, whether it's Republican or Democrat, the government can then quietly discriminate against basically anyone that they would want to, based off of exactly who they know everyone is, and also then working the government off of that. I don't think a lot of people are understanding that right now and getting that, because I remember that it wasn't too long ago, it was a couple of years ago, there was this whole thing that people were basically getting heavily encouraged to get, and a whole bunch of people were like, I don't like that, and I don't like that you're discriminated against for that. Well, now with this system, there's no even attempting to hide it. I mean, they'll know off of the bat literally anything and everything about you, and you're going to get screwed over if the government wants to screw you over, because at this point, they know everything they can know about you, and every single one of you, not a single one of you all will be under the radar at that point. Everybody could be under the scrutiny and under the undue influence of the government. I don't think this is a good idea whatsoever. This is a horrendous idea.
And it's like, how hard is it to follow the law? Like, how hard is it? Like, for example, the mass surveillance. The government can surveil people. They're legally allowed to do that, but the only threshold you have to meet is a warrant. You simply have to get a warrant. But at the same time, the government has deemed in the past that they don't really need a warrant. They can collect your data anyway, which is obviously it's not taking the situation in good faith, to say the least. It's sort of twisting the truth to make it fit what they want it to be. So, you know, we have to be very careful when governments start getting like this. Like, I'm a patriot, like I said, through and through, but the government has to have safeguards on it, because any system, even good systems, can be corrupted. And right now, the way they're operating with this, by going after this company for simply trying to have common sense safeguards in place, and then not only going after the company, but then calling the guy who runs the company a liar with a God complex for merely stating that he's very hesitant about letting his AI model be used to basically kill the enemy on the battlefield, not knowing fully how the AI is going to actually function on the front lines. That's the people that created it saying that. But yet these people who are lame brains, who are in the Department of War, that don't know how any of this stuff works, and they can barely function, to be honest, they want to make life and death decisions about the AI being implemented on a battlefield. That's a terrible idea. That is an awful idea, and they ought to slow down, because the way they're treating this, they're treating it like the nuclear race. Well, we were trying to be the first ones to get a nuclear bomb way back in the day. We were the first ones to get it, but there was a lot of safety things that were thrown to the wayside to be the first ones to get it. They're trying to treat AI the same way, but in my opinion, I think AI could potentially be a lot more dangerous than even a nuclear bomb. AI could potentially be a lot more dangerous, because this thing is going to have access to all of our classified systems. It's going to be making life and death decisions about who dies and who lives, and that is not something to take lightly whatsoever. And the way the Department of War is taking it, they're taking it extremely lightly, because they don't understand it at all.
I think actually it's the opposite. I think they completely understand what it is, and I think that they want it. I think that's the honest truth of it.
Possibly, like, it's just also, I will say this, like, the people can take this as partisanship if they want. The way the Department of Defense is operating right now, the Department of Defense is supposed to be apolitical. They're not supposed to be in politics. The military is not political either. It's been notoriously apolitical. The way these people are speaking, like this guy right here, the assistant to the Department of War, he's speaking like he's a political candidate. It's like, you're not in politics. You're supposed to be assisting the Department of War in advancing military interests for the United States. It's not up to you to come out here and start bashing private companies and getting into partisanship. It's like, this is not what you were hired for. And also, it's inappropriate for them to be coming out and doing this as well. They're blurring the lines on everything. They need to get control and stop just acting reckless on everything with their statements, the way they're operating with AI. It's just out of control.
Also, I see some people saying, well, I don't conduct any crime, so I'm totally fine with this. Just live an honest life. You don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Like, the people who are saying that. That's not how the law works in this country. That's not how we live as Americans. If you don't understand that, you don't even have a concept of what the hell an American even is. The concept of living in the United States of America is that everyone's treated innocent until proven guilty. Having an AI system that goes around basically snooping into your privacy and trying to find something wrong with everyone is assuming that everyone's guilty until proven innocent. It's basically having an endless search warrant that was never approved by a court ongoing on everyone 24/7. That's not how the United States works. If you do not understand that, you are not an American. Like, I'm going to say that just up front. You are so stupid of the law and how the country and its system of laws work, you can't even call yourself an American. I mean, there's probably people in foreign countries that have a better concept of what American laws are than you do if you're saying that. Saying, I don't do anything wrong, so there's nothing wrong with the government busting down my doors and literally flipping my place inside out to find if I'm conducting any crimes is absolutely stupid. You have no brain. I don't mean to get that pissed off about it, but it pisses me off when people don't even understand what the hell their rights are in this country and they say stupid shit like, yeah, the government could basically surveil you 24/7 and completely destroy your right to privacy that's protected under the Constitution because I'm not doing anything wrong. You're absolutely stupid if you say that. You don't even know what the hell it is to be an American. You don't even know what the hell the laws are. You wouldn't even know what the hell the founding fathers meant when they founded this country. You have no damn clue about it. And people have been doing this shit for years. And I gotta say, as a citizen of the United States and a voter, I'm going to be flat out. I'm not voting for anyone who pushes this kind of stuff. I'm just going to be straight up. I don't care who they are. This is absolutely ridiculous. This is completely destroying everyone's right to privacy in this country, which is protected by the 4th Amendment and the 14th Amendment, among several others in multiple different acts, and has been eroded away over about the past 15 years, and it's still going right now, like it is right here, in the guise of national security. That is ridiculous. There is a point to where national security starts to violate the rights of common U.S. citizens, and this is it right here. And it's been going on like this for a minute.
Yeah, it's been going on like this for decades, actually, and honestly, there is no way to get around it. Like, there's no way for you to say, oh, I'm going to vote for this person or that person. They don't ever campaign on this because it's something that's automatically done in the background. This has continued for decades without any type of opposition whatsoever because it's something that is just understood that they're going to run with it. So it's being built. It's just really troublesome to me that there are people out there that say, oh, let's just accept this. It's like, why should we accept this? It's like, it's not legal for one. I mean, a court may say that it's legal, but in reality, they're twisting the hell out of the situation, the law, to make it fit. Well, everybody knows that. So, especially with AI, like my problem is this. It's like, can we bring some common sense back to the government? It's like just a little bit of common sense. Like, there's always going to be politics involved because it's, of course, political by nature, but the whole thing cannot be political to the core like this. Like, there has to be someone in there that's willing to actually use a brain cell that they have and actually say, okay, we're going to think on our own 2 feet here for a second. Is it smart to let AI run amok? Probably not. We should maybe slow down and look at it and not bash the people that are trying to be decent Americans and say, hey, look, we might want to slow down. It's inappropriate to bash the people. They should sit there and properly look at this guy's concerns, since he's the one who's in charge of making the technology and he understands it probably the best. They should sit down and think about what the actual concerns are and actually address them properly. But instead, you see lunatics and idiots going after the guy and trying to bash him. Like, I just hate to see that.
And also, I saw someone else say something that was very interesting here. Someone said, then you've been under the UCMJ, you're guilty until proven innocent. I gotta ask some people, when you say that you're an American citizen, you're proud to be an American, do you actually know what the hell it even means to be an American, or is that just like a slogan to you? Because nobody, like, unless you're in the military and you signed a contract for a specific term of service with the military, you're not in the military, so you're not bound to the UCMJ. And then another thing is that saying that this is ridiculous doesn't make you anti-American. This is the other thing that's going to blow some people's minds, is that saying that U.S. government overreach is clearly going on at this point isn't saying that you hate America. I know that's very hard for some people to get, but there are protected rights and liberties that the U.S. government is supposed to protect and supposed to not stamp on. And this is generally invading people's privacy at a minimum, much less talking about the fact this thing is going to have no human oversight when it kills someone. On top of that, it's going to be used to surveil people here in the United States. That is an invasion of privacy. Who knows what in the world it is going to be able to do, given that ability. And that's not a good thing to see. So, I mean, If you disagree with me, I hate to know that you are that ignorant about the United States of America as an American to say things that would clearly be in violation of protected rights. Because if I told you that the government was going to come take your guns, I'm sure many of y'all would absolutely go ham and go mental. But when I tell you that they're going to invade your privacy, then you act like that constitutional right doesn't count. And you gotta be a damn American for a minute and actually think that all of them count and all of them were made with a purpose. Otherwise, the founding fathers wouldn't have gone out of their way to found all of these rights in the Bill of Rights. If they weren't that important, they wouldn't have been in the first 10. They would have never been an amendment. And yet they are some of the first 10 that we ever got. So, think with your heads for a minute and maybe act like this is something to be outraged against, because if it's outrageous for the government to come and take your guns, don't you think it's a little bit outrageous that the government's basically going to strip you of all privacy that you have in every single facet of your life, even within the confines of your own home? That's as un-American as it gets. That's basically like stripping people of the freedom of speech, the Second Amendment, or any other amendments for that matter.
I just don't think people understand the full extent of it. I think that's the problem. And the issue is there's not too many widely available materials to educate people about the full extent of the issue with like mass surveillance. Also, for example, the AI situation. Most people, I'm not trying to say I know everything about it because I certainly don't, but I've read some on it. So I got a gist of it. But I think if more people were aware of the full extent of these problems, they would probably be a lot more vocal about it if they were more fully aware of how dangerous these problems truly are and where they can eventually lead to unless they're put into check. I think people will be a lot more vocal about it. But the problem is, though, it's not well publicized. Like, you don't see mainstream media talking about it. They're keeping people distracted with what he said versus she said in politics. They're not focused on this whatsoever. And also, they're probably told not to talk about it, to be honest, because it's probably something that they're probably threatened about, I would imagine. But it's just a whole thing. But I could go on for this for hours, by the way. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff about this that you could go into that's just a huge rabbit hole.
But here's the basic boil down of the rights that you have as far as privacy. Are you doing something wrong? Who gives a shit? And it's none of their business. If they think I'm doing something wrong, they can get some sort of reasonable, articulate suspicion and go get a warrant. How about that? They can kiss my ass outside of that. And that's how the law is supposed to work. I don't know if people get that, but that's literally how it was constitutionally laid out in the Bill of Rights. So if you don't get that, the hell, you probably not even pass a citizenship test if you were given one. But anyways, with that, we're going to be moving on and into the questions now that we've gotten through that heated segment. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So moving on from that right there, which is a topic that I do feel rather strongly about, I'll be honest. Hopefully I'm not coming across as being like, pissed off, but I kind of am a little bit. I'll be honest. I'm pissed off because it's something that hurts all Americans, not just a few of us. It hurts all of us. And some people don't fully understand how it hurts us all. But jumping into our first super chat here, this one goes to none other than Jimbo Slice. And thank you very much, Jimbo, for that $100 support. And we appreciate that very, very much. And Jimbo said, bro, why don't you talk about what you're passionate about? It's the cartels. And I would love honest and unbiased play-by-play. And this actually affects me because I live in a border state.
Thank you so much for the humongous support, Jimbo Slice. Sadly, though, we just, it's really sad that I have to do this because some stuff is wildly interesting. The full-on, like the cartel wars that are going on right now. And generally, it's just hard to give it any coverage because there's so many other big things going on. Like, for example, a major war breaking out between Afghanistan and a nuclear-armed Pakistan, or the situation that's coming with Iran, or the war in Ukraine. I mean, there's so many big things that are going on in the world these days that we have to cover. It's just really hard to find the time to be able to cover things, even if I find them wildly interesting, like, for example, the cartel wars going on in Mexico right now. So, sadly, I wish that we could cover it, but as far as the pertinence of foreign policy, it just isn't, like, the biggest story that's happening right now. But I do thank you massively for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And if we do get a slower day in the news here in the future, like before Iran gets bombed, we probably will be able to give a lot more coverage to it on a given show. But right now, we're starting to kind of run into a problem that we have so many conflicts and so much news to cover that we kind of actually have to curtail a lot of the in-depth coverage on each. Because we did what we did originally with the war in Ukraine, which was like an hour and 40 minutes on just Ukraine, and we did it for each one of these wars. This show would become a 24-hour-a-day live show, and it would never end. We would literally be covering stuff all day, every day. So sadly, we can't get into like humongous amounts of detail, so I can only really cover the major points. But I do thank you humongously for the support, and hopefully we will be able to get to covering that a little bit more here before the war in Iran gets started. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving into our next super chat, this one goes to none other than Hokey Redneck. And thank you very much, Hokey, for that $100 support, and we appreciate that very, very much. He said, keep going.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, Hokey Redneck. And I would, but we got the good things to get to. Talking to all y'all. We got talking to all y'all. And I gotta say, a huge thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to just sit here and go off for a minute on something. And I gotta thank you massively for that, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. But I do have to say, Hokey Redneck, because I've been seeing you say it in the chat, and I'll try and make this a little bit short because I don't want to go into another rant on it. I find it very disturbing how ignorant and uneducated a lot of Americans are these days on what their rights even are. So many of them are so stupid that if they stuck their head in a trash can, they wouldn't be able to find the way back out. It's really saddening to me, because basically no American knows what the hell their rights really are. And the only time they even understand it is kind of when they're about to go to court, if they have ever conducted a crime or have been alleged of conducting a crime. That's basically the only time, and even still they hardly have a grasp of what their legal rights are, which I find to be wildly disturbing. The fact that a lot of these people want to say what's lawful and not lawful, and they don't even understand what the hell they're talking about. And I find it even crazier that they'll sit there and say stuff like, you know, things about gun rights and what guns are legal and what's not, and what kind of immigration is legal and what's not, when they don't even understand literally the basic tenets of the law. And that doesn't go for one party, that doesn't go for the Republicans, that goes for the Democrats as well. Basically nobody from any end these days even knows what the Constitution really says, what it means legally, and nobody does any research to figure it out. So stupid people will say shit like, I don't do anything wrong, so it's fine for the government to search everything of mine and have no privacy. And it's like, people who say that have no concept of what the hell it even means to be an American. They just say that as a punchline. They don't understand that what makes America what it is the Constitution and our system of laws, which is very unique in the modern world, and it's special. A lot of countries look like us now legally, but that's because the U.S. has had such an impact and influence over the past 100 years to turn a lot of countries into what we are. But we are the first. We are the exemplar of the modern age, and I find it ridiculous that people don't even understand what the hell makes America an excellent country, which isn't the people who are in politics. It isn't whether they are orange or whether they're stupid and senile. It really more so matters what the laws of the nation are, and that's what defines an American citizen. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you for the support, the massive support, and helping this channel to keep on running, Hokey Redneck, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to be, I would hope, the voice of reason out here on the internet these days. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to H.H. Madsen, who put in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Madsen, for that 50. We appreciate that. They said, hey, that Pakistan-Afghan war is perfect for the United States to stop a war so they can get another prize. That would be the ninth war that's been stopped. That has to count as a huge, beautiful bonus from Pakistan. And hi from Denmark.
And a big hello to Denmark, and I guess that's kind of true. I guess, you know, maybe they'll try and get involved. I think they're not going to get involved in this one because it's not really any big players, and it's also the Taliban, so that would make it a little bit more complicated for us to try and step in and negotiate. But, you know, maybe. Like, you know, I can't rule it out. There's a maybe there. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And a humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are moving on and into the next one.
All right, so our next one here goes to James Hughes, who puts in a 50. And thank you very much, James, as well, for that generous support. We appreciate that very, very much. He said, will the U.S. set up a small base inside inside of Iran to support the air campaign?
A small base inside of Iran?
Yeah, let me reread that. He said, here's what it said verbatim. He said, will the USA set up a small base inside a report Iran to support the air campaign?
I think they probably meant Iraq, and the answer to that would be no, because Iraq would be fairly close range. So the answer to that would largely be no. If we had U.S. forces in Iraq, which we generally don't at the moment, they would have been withdrawn by now, and we really wouldn't use it because it's just too close. So if the Iranians fire off rockets or missiles at a base like that, it gives us very little time to respond in an air defense scenario. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
I'll tell you what, I love it when I'm sitting here and all of a sudden my neighbor app pops up and it says, "Did you hear gunshots?" I'm like, I didn't hear any gunshots. I'm like, I don't know what the hell they're talking about. And I'm like, whatever's going on down the way, as long as it stays down that way, they'll have to deal with that down there.
Gunshots.
But anyways,
man, I think, man, gunshots. I think in Alabama, what we would call that is white noise.
Yeah, I think so, honestly. I'm like, trust me, there's no gunshots around here. Like, whatever you're hearing, it's not gunshots, so trust me on that. But jumping into our next one, this one goes to Robert Krogan, who puts in the 20. And thank you very much, Robert, as well, for that $20 support. He said, "Good evening, enforcers and LSA, and nothing witty tonight, but dinner on me."
And a big thanks to you for support, and thank you for the dinner on you. We're greatly appreciative of that. And I thank you for support. And you don't always have to have something witty every night. That's fine, because, sometimes our jokes don't land on air. That happens too. So, every once in a while, you can kind of like take it easy, or, like we do in our case, kind of flop every once in a while. And that's fine. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, someone said duck and cover. It could be some, like, people think they hear gunshots all the time. Like, people say, "Oh, there's gunshots," or something like that happening. Or, during the earthquake, people thought they heard a helicopter. They could have sworn there was a Black Hawk helicopter above their house, like during the earthquake. Like, people get mixed up. And also, some people have, like, very vivid imaginations. Like, they'll hear, like, maybe a car backfiring. They'll be like, "Oh, somebody's shooting, help." It's like, you don't have to jump to conclusions. Like, it could be anything. It could be a guy out there with trash cans, treating them like symbols or something like that. You never know. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Rebecca Bruce, who puts in the 20. And thank you very much, Rebecca, for that support. She said, "Best channel on YouTube."
And I thank you so much for the support, and thank you for saying that it's the best channel on YouTube. We try our best to be a good channel. I hope that we are, and I hope that our opinions sound very well and grounded within American ideals and the American vision that was laid out by our founding fathers and has had some minor modifications to it over the past 250 years, but generally should stand the test of time, because the ideas of liberty, freedom, and the democracy that we have in our federal republic is generally a timeless concept. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I see that there's someone here I've been asking. I got to address this because I can't type it. It'd be too long. I see that someone is saying that calls to prayer in New York City is apparently Sharia law, and I have to get to that really quickly. That's a religious function of a religious institution. That doesn't mean a law is being implemented. And in the United States, there is a thing called freedom of religion. That's not for just Christians. That's for everyone. And that's how it was laid out by the founding fathers. If you don't know that, maybe you need to read a little bit more. But that's the freedom of religion. They have a right to have their calls to prayer, much like a church has a right to ring its bells, and everyone else has a right to be able to sing Christmas carols and such like that are based in the Christian faith. Everyone else has the ability to do the same.
Actually, they don't have a right to do that, actually. It depends on the city. Cities can introduce ordinances to say, restricting noise and things like that. Like, it depends. Like, but the problem is, though, if a city enacts an ordinance saying that you cannot create noise out of your religious institution, then it must apply to them all equally. The problem comes into play when people create laws targeting one specific religion. That's discrimination. But if it's a blanket across them all, like, for example, your church, your mosque, or whatever it is, can't have sound coming out of it, that's a legal ordinance that a city can pass. So it depends on the city you're talking about the sound ordinances.
But also the other thing is that the Sharia law shit is not even real. Like, this is some made up hocus pocus. Because the reality of it is that if anyone was implementing Sharia law in the United States, some yokel's going to come along and sue whatever municipality or state's doing that and state that that's a violation of the Constitution as is recognized in a religion, which is in violation of the First Amendment. And whether that ended up in a federal circuit court or the Supreme Court or wherever, the Sharia law would get shot down. That stuff is just made up bogus. Like, no one's sitting there and going, okay, there's this religious law that's now dominating the land, and we're just letting it happen. Literally anyone could sue. It could be in a majority Democrat or Republican state. Anyone could sue over that, and they would win on any religious topic, because that would be a violation of the First Amendment. So, I'd highly encourage you to go read, because I think you're listening more so to propaganda than what the law is. And if you go and look around anywhere, I mean, basically anything that recognizes any religion, whether it's Christianity, Islam, Judaism, and whatnot, basically anything that's discriminating against one group and elevating another is always deemed unconstitutional and shot down. And the rule of the Constitution and of the federal law and state laws always prevails as it has existed and as it was founded 250 years ago at the Constitutional Convention of 1787. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Sebro, who puts in a 20. He said, "Thank you for all you do, and roll tide, LSA."
And a big thanks to you for the support, and thank you for enjoying what we do. And of course, roll tide to all the folks down in Alabama, or roll War Eagle if you lean that way. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support once again from Hokey Redneck. And thank you very much, Hokey, once again for that support. He said, would Pakistan or India win? That's a close one because, you know, they both have nukes. So it's always been a long-standing debate. Are two nuclear-armed countries fighting in a war? Is there truly going to be a winner in that war, or is there going to be everybody loses? And nobody's really sure because it really hasn't played out yet. So I honestly don't know who would win between the two. I feel like Pakistan, in a conventional sense, would actually put the hurt on India, despite the population differences. But at the same time, though, the nukes are a wild card. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that conventionally, I think the Pakistanis these days would win, because that's generally what we saw in the last border war, is that the Pakistanis were generally coming out on top, surprisingly, because they basically lost every other war with India that they've ever had historically. But this time, they were actually coming out generally on top, much to the dismay of the Indian bots, which will soon flood this channel here in a minute because of that comment. But outside of that, I think if it happens again, conventionally, the Pakistanis would come out on top, and if it came to it, nuclear-wise, they would both lose because they're both equally armed as far as nuclear weapons. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from John Tango. And thank you, John Tango, for that 20. And we do appreciate that very much. And I don't think he left a comment, but I was going back to check because I'm not feeling super confident that he didn't leave a comment. So let me go check this time. Let's see here. Let's see. John Tango. He actually did not leave a comment, though. But thank you very much, John, for supporting the channel. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you so much for the support, John, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, who didn't leave a comment, sadly, but we still thank you massively for the support nonetheless. We just wish we had something to bounce off of to get to talk to you for a minute. But we do thank you massively nonetheless for the support, because it does help us to keep this thing running, and we're always greatly appreciative of folks like you. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And also, baddest mofo alive said, is there breaking news? A friend texted me and said there's a report of jamming in Iran. Not at the moment. Like that was something that we actually covered at the very beginning of our show. It's been going for a little bit, but there is ongoing jamming over Tehran specifically at the moment, and down towards Qom, which is about 50 miles south. So that is ongoing. But I hope that does address that well. Baddest mofo alive. And with that, we are on to the next one.
I read that out with confidence, too. This one goes to Arar983, who puts in a 20, and thank you very much, Arar, as well. They said, Caniac Combo Fund with unsweet tea and extra Texas toast, LSA. I'll be honest with you, Arar. I like Raisin Cane's, like the actual food, not the general, but the actual food from the restaurant. But I like the food, but the problem is, though, it never sits well with me. Like it always I'm like, there's something about the food that puts me off a little bit. It tastes good, but I always it's just something about, I think it's the grease like on it or something like that. It's just not too great, like for me at least. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that in my opinion, the Caniac combo and Raising Cane's is pretty damn solid. I mean, it's good food. It's just that I don't eat it a lot because coming from the South, I mean, you have enough fried chicken that chicken it as a flavor, if it's really fried of any type, it gets old, because basically everywhere in the South there's like maybe 5 different fried chicken like kind of restaurants. So you basically get like every variety of fried chicken. At Publix they had fried chicken. They had fried chicken, let's see where else, at KFC they had fried chicken. Where else, man? I'm trying to think of all the places that they had fried chicken, because I mean, it was literally
Guthrie's.
Yeah, they had Guthrie's. They then had let's see, Raising Cane's. They had that as well. Let's see, then they had Churches. Yeah, and then they had Chick-fil-A. I mean, there was so many of them down there. It was basically like your food options in the South is like a hamburger, and it's kind of like an okay hamburger. I would be honest with you, all the West Coast burgers here in Salt Lake are actually better, in my opinion. Like, they taste better. And then it was just nothing but fried chicken. And so I kind of got to the point where, like, fried chicken is good, but it's a flavor that I've had so much in my life, you know, it's not really something I, like, crave, you know? Like, I generally crave, like, actually, like, grilled or barbecued chicken, because there wasn't any of that in the South. And as long as it's, like, sauced up good, it's a really good tasting chicken. Or rotisserie chicken, which is a fairly new discovery for us, considering that basically all we left was, ate in the South was basically just fried chicken. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I do want to address another story that we didn't get a chance to get to tonight. I see several people saying, Matt, can you give any info on the drone shot down by the laser system in Fort Hancock, Texas? We do have some preliminary information about that, but not a whole bunch. We had heard that the FAA had closed the airspace in that town in Texas, reportedly after the Pentagon accidentally used a military laser anti-drone system to shoot down a U.S. government drone. It was apparently an accidental shoot down. So my question is this. My question is, how are we having so many screw ups like this with this laser system? Some people are speculating that maybe they're trying to integrate AI into it and it's not targeting correctly, and maybe it's making a lot of errors, and that's why this is happening. There's no evidence to back that up, by the way, but that's the speculation on the street. Also, I've been messaged and emailed by a few people tonight claiming that the airspace was already closed and the government's lying to us. So I'm not sure what to believe. There seems to be a little bit of truth to the claims that I'm getting that the airspace was already closed because it looks like they've closed it until June, according to the NOTAM. So I don't know what's going on down there at the southern border. I don't know what's going on with the military with their laser system. It's a little strange what keeps happening down there, and the government's being weirdly quiet about what keeps happening in that area. But Enforcer, what can you make of it?
It's interesting. I really don't know what to make of this at this point. It sounds like just bogus going on down at the border. It's frustrating to me. That's really all I can say about it. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Hokey Redneck yet again, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Hokey, for that support. He said, what is the best mixed metaphor? Rocket surgeon, Dave Ramsey.
And what are they trying to ask here, Matthew? I'm sorry. I think I'm missing the question here.
I think he's making a Dave Ramsey quote here. I don't listen to Dave Ramsey that much. I'm not familiar with his jokes, but he said something about a rocket surgeon or something like that. I think.
I guess sadly I don't really listen to Dave Ramsey a lot either. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running nonetheless, and I do thank you for helping this channel to keep rolling. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to none other than Old Warrior Fella. And thank you very much, Old Warrior, as well, for that 20. He said, actually, binoculars gather more light than the unaided eye, and we use them all the time before the starlight scopes.
Huh, that's interesting. And I thank you for the support and sharing that. I doubt that the Afghan fighter knew that, but that is interesting to know, and I thank you for sharing that. And that actually adds a little bit of additional detail that I did not know. You've taught me something new, and I greatly appreciate that. And so big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Ross Nibb, who put in a generous 50 Australian. And thank you very much, Ross, all the way from down under for that support right there. He said Pakistan can't seem to control militants within their own borders to the extent that Osama bin Laden was hiding out there, apparently undisturbed or unperturbed. So how would they ever expect to prevail against the terrorist-loving neighbors in a war, an LSA?
And that's a pretty good question. The reason is because right now the Taliban is operating as a conventional armed force, not an asymmetrical one. And also on top of that, every time the Pakistanis have popped up in southern Afghanistan, they're attacking the Pakistanis. If you're not attacking the Pakistanis like bin Laden, who was not attacking Pakistan, and you're just hiding there, you keep a very low profile so they don't really notice that you're there. On the other hand, if you're shooting at Pakistani army soldiers, they're going to know you're there, and then it makes it pretty easy to get, shot back at. So, generally that's the reason why they would prevail, is because this time, instead of them just sitting around and having them wander through Pakistan, they're actively shooting at them while they're wandering around Pakistan, so it makes them a lot easier to hunt down and take out. So I do thank you massively for the support, Ross, and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Bellator Domini, and thank you very much for that $20 support. They said, thank you, everyone. Top draw.
And thank you so much for the support, and top draw, I suppose. A big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Rye Guy SR, and he said, Raptors look better than the F-35 in my opinion, and Raptors are very sick. LT LSA, Slava Ukraine, and take one from the chat, from the LSA brothers and sisters. And I gotta admit, the Raptor is a very clean-looking plane. Like, that is probably the cleanest fighter jet that we currently have, the traditional fighter jet that is. This is the cleanest. The gold tint on the canopy is probably the coolest part of it for me. I love that part. It's so cool to see those things sitting like side by side on the runway with the gold reflecting off the canopy. That is just the coolest thing to me, at least. Reminds you of like those sport sunglasses that people wear that have like the gold tints on them and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. But Enforcer, what say you?
But little buddy, look at him.
What?
Look at him.
That's an F-35 though.
Yeah, but little buddy. That's what I'm saying. Look at the little buddy though. He's cool.
Yeah, I mean it's cool, but I didn't have a gold tint.
Oh man,
I like my cars and my planes tinted.
covered in gold. They called me up. They said,
Yeah.
"Sir, covered it in gold. Make it look tacky and shit." But beyond that, I'd have to say, I got to be honest. I generally do agree. I mean, the F-22 does look better, but I also got to say I really appreciate the style of the F-35. The F-35s are really neat looking. Like as far as fifth generation aircraft go right now in the world, America, I think, has a winning combo with the F-22 and the F-35. But also, I'd have to say, I'm kind of biased because I kind of pick I always find my favorites to be the backbone fighters, if we want to call them that. So in between the F-15 and the F-16, my favorite is the F-16. And while it's not as good in air superiority fighting as the F-15, and even in multi-role forms, the F-15E and the F-15EX is going to be better than an F-16. But I still like the F-16 just because it's a little buddy, like I guess is the best way to describe it, and I find those neat. So kind of I lean towards liking the F-35 more than the F-22 because the F-35 has more utility in its design. But I will have to say the F-22 style-wise looks a lot better than the F-35. I mean, who in the world could ever say that this thing does not look cool? It's the P-51 Mustang of our time.
Yeah, I would say so. If also, by the way, one marketing trick that like hooks me every time. If you call something a Raptor, I'm all for it.
You know, I gotta say, I like the Lightning, the F-35 Lightning II. Like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, but you know the closest equivalent to the Lightning is that F-150 electric truck, which isn't as cool as the Raptor with the turbo V6. It's not as cool. I think Ford kind of like models the fighter jet like terminology when it comes to branding their trucks. The Raptor is cooler. I like the name.
Let's see. I think the P. Let's see. What was the other? Oh yeah, the P-38 Lightning. This is actually why it's called the Lightning II, is because this was the original Lightning, which I also love this design. This was a really cool design. This is a high-altitude interceptor. And what's crazy, some people may not know this, is that it was actually one of these that shot down, I believe his name is Isuruku Yamamoto, over the Pacific in World War II. One of these chased down the bomber that was carrying him, and Yamamoto was basically the top admiral of the Japanese Navy at the time, and it shot the bomber down, taking him with it. So, pretty crazy story. Not a lot of people, well, I think a lot of people know about the P-38. I mean, hell, look at it. I mean, it's a great looking plane. And the F-35 is really good looking too. But even still, with the P-38 looking cool, nothing can beat the P-51 Mustang for World War II style points from the United States. I mean, that is the best looking, like, escort aircraft. Best looking aircraft, really, that we made in the Second World War, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's true right there. I don't want to go down too deep of a rabbit hole, but you know something, not speaking of airplanes, I know this is kind of getting off the beaten path a little bit, but you know something that's got a cool design to it? Have you seen that Stark Varg motorcycle that's come out, by the way?
How do you spell that? I'll go pull it up.
Stark, like, you know, like Tony Stark, Tony Stank, and then Varg, V-A-R-G. And it's like, pull up the one that's in white, not that red one right there. Pull up one that's like on all white. These are clean right here. These are pretty clean. They're a little pricey though, but they're pretty clean. These are fast as hell. I saw a guy put one of these on a dyno. That thing was doing a burnout on a dyno. This thing's got so much torque, which is insane. Is usually, you know, motorcycles usually do that, by the way. This thing is torqued up like crazy. It's electric.
That's pretty cool, actually. That's pretty cool. You know something, folks? I saw some people talking about the English Electric Lightning. You know, there's an aircraft that was made that never made it into mass production that I wish was around. The Avro Aero. Look at that thing. This was supposed to be Canada's Interceptor, but I think they scrapped it because of the whole bunch of acquisition politics that were going on with the U.S. And I think they went with the F-101 Voodoos instead, which is a shame because I thought this thing just looked absolutely cool.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool. It looks pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty neat, and they never made it. It's a travesty. Well, they made a couple of prototypes, I have to make that clear, but they never made a production series of it, which I think is a real shame, really. I mean, dang, look at it. Like, it was cool.
Oh man, they got the transparent cutout here. Look at that.
Man, they got that PNG, bro. Like, and then someone said the Spitfire. You know, like, I will say, like, the Mustang was the best thing America made for World War II, but the Spitfire wins out. In my opinion, best looking aircraft of the Second World War is the Spitfire. It has such clean lines, has a great Merlin engine in it. Have you ever heard the Merlin engine, Matthew, in the Spitfire? That thing's got a roar and a whistle and a scream to it like nothing.
I have heard that engine because people take that engine and sometimes they put it into land vehicles occasionally from time to time. So I have definitely heard that sound. Have you seen the Avro Vulcan, by the way? That's a pretty cool looking one.
Yeah,
That's a loud ass plane, by the way. That thing's loud as hell.
yeah. This thing howls and screams like hell. Like it's so
Look at that.
loud. These things
A
are
Delta
so neat.
Wing bomber. That's a crazy design.
You know what? You know what's crazy is that these things were actually built as nuclear bombers. Like, they were supposed to fly over the Soviet Union and just basically drop nuclear bombs as much as they could before they ran out of fuel or got shot down. And what's crazy, folks, is that the only time an Avro Vulcan was actually used in combat was to go and bomb an airstrip on the Falkland Islands after the Argentinians took it over. And it was really crazy. I mean, they basically flew at ground level, well, at sea level, to the Falkland Islands, and then followed the terrain to the runway at Stanley, and then they carpet bombed the runway just flying a couple 100 feet above it. I mean, it was a crazy operation, and somehow it got pulled off as an absolute success. Caught the Argentines completely by surprise, wiped out the runway, and then the Argentine Air Force couldn't operate from the Falkland Islands, and then that's when the Falklands War basically turned entirely to the British side, and they were basically on the winning end from that point on. Also, I saw someone bring up the BF-109. The BF-109 is good, but I feel like German stuff's kind of overrated because if you look at the design, I mean, it's not really anything that's like screaming like this is the coolest thing. Like, I would say the Mustang or the Spitfire definitely was the cooler designs of the war. The BF-109's neat, but to me, it isn't the greatest. Like, it's probably like a mid-range thing. I would say the worst thing of the war, though, was the LA-9. Like, as far as like a mass-produced aircraft, this thing made by the Soviet Union was pretty lame looking. Looks like a stunt plane.
Looks like garbage right there.
Yeah.
I think the reason why I think the reason why the people get obsessed over the German aircraft, by the way, is because they had mastered manufacturing the aircraft. They were able to pump them out very efficiently, which is kind of what the Germans are known for, is being very efficient and very precise. And that's why I think people sort of glaze that airplane a little bit, is because of that.
Actually, no, they weren't mass-produced, at least compared to the United States. Like, BF-109s were produced in low numbers compared to what we made. Like, I think that at one point, the Germans were down to making basically none of those by, like, late 1943. Like, they were producing hardly any. And there
But
was
weren't the Germans the first ones to do that, like, before us, though?
what?
Like, doing the mass production?
Oh no, I mean, like as far as mechanical mass production, Henry Ford was the first to ever do it. Like before that, it was like a meat packing plant thing, but nobody ever did it for anything mechanical. Like America was basically the master of creating an assembly line for mechanical components and vehicles.
But it says here, though, that Germany was the first to mass produce and field operational jet-powered fighter planes in World War II.
But that's not a BF-109.
But I
You
don't
just
know,
say you were
man.
talking about a BF-109, and then you go to the ME-262, and also, like another thing is that like they were mass producing them, sure, but I mean the Juno jet engines on a 262 would burn out after 30 minutes. So I mean that doesn't really scream efficiency, when you have to literally pull the whole engine out and throw a new one in.
I'm talking
after
about the
30 flight.
production.
Well, yeah, but I mean you're saying like efficiency and numbers, and also 262s were hardly produced. I think there was like 80 to 120 of them by the end of the war. And when you're speaking of like 10,000 Mustangs made and numbers like that, I mean, 100 and something planes made of a specific type doesn't really speak mass production.
I don't know. They were whooping our ass pretty good with it.
I mean, no. I mean, there was a lot of them shot down. I mean, a lot of them got shot down by Mustangs.
I mean, I guess. I mean, everything gets shot down. I mean, but it was still a close fight.
Close fight. Well, we won. Like, we won. I mean, like, there was, like,
That
there
doesn't
was
mean it's not close.
Well, I mean, if you're in Germany, I mean, that's not close. Like if you're steamrolling Germans, and you're making it to Berlin and the Soviets are in Berlin, I mean, and then Hitler's got to, off himself because it's not going well. I mean, that doesn't really scream a close fight. That screams an absolutely resounding failure.
Well, you know what they say. But anyways, though, we have a lot of super chats to get to right now. And getting on to our next one, this one goes to none other than Hokey Redneck, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Hokey, once again for the third or fourth support of the night, and we do appreciate that. And Hokey said, Andrew, can you identify the 3-4 cats versus the 1/2 cats.
And I thank you for the support. I feel like this is railroader terminology, and sadly I don't know what the cats are, and I actually don't know what the -4s are particularly either. So unfortunately, I think I'd have to declare ignorance on that at the moment, but I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to My Trucking Travels, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, My Trucking Travels, for that support as well. He said, just your friendly overnight truck driver again, Phoenix to Houston. And take one from the chat and LSA forever.
And I hope you're doing good down there on Interstate 10, Phoenix to Houston. Interstate 10 is the way. And I gotta thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running and being one of the overnight truckers that watches this show. And so humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a question from Crispy, who put in a 20. And thank you very much, Crispy, for that $20 support. I actually threw in two $20 supports for, that makes 40. That's 20 plus 20. That equals about 40 or so. They always said I was good in math. Some said I was the best in math. Some said I understood numbers better than the rest of them. But thank you very much, Crispy, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, we have a 50 from D-Hop. And thank you very much, D-Hop, for that $50 support. We appreciate that. They said, LSA, and I've been watching since before Midnight Hammer, and watching you guys really makes me want to research geopolitics and any good sources for the history of different countries' relationships with each other. And also, what does LSA mean?
And LSA means Leaf Spring Army. It's the community of the channel, and I'm sure many people will put an LSA in the chat to rep this out. But that is the community of the channel, the LSA, or the Leaf Spring Army in its long name form. And also, answer your question, let's see, any good sources for the history of different countries' relationships with each other? Probably the best example of that would just be history in its own right, because usually the story of foreign policies and national relations is usually told through history pretty well without having to really go out and look for it. So I would recommend that if you're trying to start off, the best way that I could recommend getting a footing to then research it into something deeper would be to buy Osprey books. And I say that because Osprey, the book publisher, generally publishes shorter books. They're like 100 pages, I think, or 150 pages long. And they generally give like a briefer but very well-informed synopsis of major historical events, and once you read those, they generally give like sites and sources within this smaller book that then allow you to go and read other stuff, because you hear about, say like if we're talking about the Pike and Shot era, Prince Maurice of Orange, and then you go, who is Prince Maurice of Orange? And then you can go and buy books about him and then read about him and his revolutionary tactics that beat the Spanish tercios and all that sort of stuff, and then you can go from there. But I would say that probably would be the best thing to do, is just kind of like buy Osprey books on general historical periods or specific eras of conflict that you're interested in, and then generally the story of relations between nations and foreign policy, it generally just plays out naturally at that point. I'd also say that there's two important things as far as sources to remember. There's two sources you have to know: primary sources and secondary sources. Secondary sources are like what I'm talking about with the Osprey books, which are like a general overview of a historical time frame. A first-person source is from a primary source is from someone who was actually there. And it's very important to take those secondary sources and then also read primary sources from the people who actually lived during those times, their experiences and their thoughts, and then generally get kind of like a historical picture based out of that. And you can really go ham with that. I mean, there's an endless amount of writings from people who've lived in every historic period, giving their own insights, their own thoughts, what they saw happen, what they personally witnessed, that makes history a really interesting and vivid story once you get into it in that form. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and I hope that helps you out. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I want to point your attention to something else here. I saw that it appears to be, let me go double check this real quick. This is an account here associated with Doge, it appears like. It says Doge, D-O-W. And the account said this on Twitter. It said, every American service member swears an oath to protect and defend the United States. It says Dario Amidite, Anthropic, is spitting on that oath, ripping operational decisions away from warfighters and elected leaders so he can make the call instead. Who elected him? Let's see. Does anybody spot the problem with that statement, by the way? Because there's a blaring problem with the statement that has come out from that agency. Does anybody happen to see it?
Isn't that a government agency that had its top people appointed by the president of the United States that weren't elected?
Possibly, but there's a bigger problem than that. Do you see it?
No, I think I'm missing it at this point. What is it?
So, Dario Amadei, to my knowledge, is not an American service member. He's a CEO of a company, a private company, that is, and they're invoking an oath of American service members. And to my knowledge, he's not even a service member. He's a private citizen. So they're saying he's spitting on an oath that he didn't even take. I mean, it's stuff like that. It's like who the hell is writing these tweets? It's like it doesn't even make any sense.
Pretty stupid people are writing them. That's what we can deduce from that. I mean, hell, you would have to be quite stupid. Like, oh my God, they're violating the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Well, guess what? They're not in the military, so kiss your ass. Like, it's like, what's your gripe? It's like, this guy isn't even in the military. What are you talking about? Or anything else along those lines. It's like, I find this kind of stuff to be ridiculous these days, folks. The stupidity that comes out of people's mouths. They don't think a lot. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Chris Feilbach, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Chris, as well, for that support. He said, is the brother, can I have some oats meme from that YouTube video where it references the shed of no return and the tall, skinny ones from something else?
Yes, it is, brother. May I have some oats? It's a great meme. And generally it started off with just the image because it's like the pigs are like exorbitantly fat, like in the original painting. And so it was kind of like our marmot joke for another group, and they're like, oh, look at them, they're so fat. And then like the joke was that they were still like trying to like be greedy for oats. It was like, brother, may I have some oats? And then someone made it into an entire lore thing where they're like, no, brother, the tall, skinny ones have chosen me. And then they made like a whole lore thing behind it. But that's pretty much it. That's the meme. And so a huge thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. And thank you for knowing the meme I was referencing. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to none other than Chef Danny B. It is the chef of the LSA, and he throws in a $50 support, and thank you very much, Danny, for that support very much. He said, good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here, and I think I'm getting burned between my business and the working at the restaurant in the last 6 to 8 months. I think I've had 3 or maybe 4 days off, and the LSA and y'all and my kids are the only thing keeping me sane at this point. LLT, LSA. And I'll tell you this, Danny, we don't get any days off. Like, we have a little bit of free time during the day to like unwind a little bit. Obviously, we have a little bit of time like that, but we have not had like legit time off. But it sounds like you're even more swamped than that, which is a doozy right there. But with YouTube, you don't really get days off doing this right here. And also, if we took a day off and then missed something major, that could hurt our channel quite a bit. So we kind of have to stick around our place, actually. We're kind of like prisoners to our own occupation to a certain degree. So I can relate. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say it sounds like you're in a similar boat to we are. But I would have to say I completely get that because well, speaking for myself personally, I can't speak for Matthew, but sometimes I do feel like I get burned out. But because so many people are counting on us, more so speaking on for my and me, I feel like I have to always pull through and just keep going. But I definitely know the struggle with that, and I know that how that feels because you just basically feel like you don't really have a lot of motivation to keep things rolling, but you have to. But as far as your position, if you have the chance, I would highly recommend that you try and take a moment to take a breather, maybe take on one less catering job to open up the schedule a little bit, and then see if you can get a little bit of wiggle room. This is always important to be there for your kids and your family at some point, because some people always say, gotta pay the bills. Those kids better be happy the bills are being paid and they're being fed, the little shits. But that's not really a good way to raise kids because you basically end up being estranged to them. They don't even know you. So that's speaking from personal experience. But beyond that, I would have to say that you always make sure to try and carve out a little bit of time to be with your family. But at the same time, as far as the burnout feeling, I definitely get that. But don't worry, like you can, like I've found this out through the years, you can actually work through a burnout feeling. Like if you just force yourself to work through it, at least for me personally, I eventually just get out of the burnout feeling and just get back to normal, because we haven't had a break for quite a while. I mean, the last time I think we took a vacation which is actually the only time we ever took a vacation running this channel, was I think in the fall, like towards the fall of 2024, and we took that little bit of time off to go ride the Coast Starlight on the West Coast, and that was basically the only time we've ever gotten off. And since that point in 2024, which at this point is, yeah, it's about like 2 years ago and so many months. We haven't had any time off, and I definitely understand that sort of a struggle. But I hope that you pull through, get some rest, and get back cracking at it. And so big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that you take care of yourself. It's always important to do that and make sure to be there for your kids and your family. And so with that, Matthew, what type of breaking news do we have coming out right now?
So breaking news. I don't know if the people of the Department of War are possibly listening to the show right now or what, but after I responded to their tweet and said that Dario is not even a service member, they just deleted their tweet. And right after I literally posted that like 10 seconds ago.
Oh, no.
They just deleted it. So I tried to click on it. It says the page does not exist. So my reply is still there, but they deleted their entire post, which is honestly the right thing to do because they're falsely accusing the guy of spitting on an oath that he didn't even take. So, you know, if the people from the Department of War are listening, by the way, I have nothing personal against any of you, by the way. It's just the problem is, though, they've got to back off. Y'all got to back off the politics. Like, you got to. Like, for the sake of the country, like, the country cannot exist and function properly with everybody being political like that. So I hope that if somebody is listening, by the way, that they're not taking it to heart what we're saying, and they simply take it as constructive criticism to a certain degree and just consider that. I'm not even sure if they have the option, to be honest. I think their boss might be wanting them to be political like that, which is a shame. But if they have any autonomy, they should probably back off the politics. It would probably benefit us all. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree. I mean, if anyone is watching from the Department of Defense right now, it's really hard to say that one serves the Republic when one seems to be serving the interest of a political party more so than the other. And it's really important to remember that regardless of the pressures that are being put on civil servants and those in the armed forces, that one must make sure to stay true to the original American ideal, which is that the well-being of the Republic comes over the top of any singular politician and any singular political party. So I think that would be a best way to put that succinctly, because if they did hear what we were saying on the show and they deleted the tweet over that, I think it's very important to remember the original founding principles of this Republic more so than what people try and carve it out to being today. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
And our next one goes to Forrester, who puts in a 50. And thank you very much, Forrester, for that $50 support. He said, in June, interception fell from 92% to 75% in 12 days, and we used 25% of all THAAD interceptors, and Iran's underground missiles are untouched. And if war goes past week 3, who shields Tel Aviv when they're gone, and Taiwan when the fleet can't come home?
Well, as far as that goes, you just have to produce more missiles. Like, missiles are not a finite resource. They're technically an infinite resource as long as you have the ability to produce them. At least as far as any war would be concerned, they're almost infinite as long as you have the production capabilities for them. So to deal with that, the military or the civil administration would have to have some foresight to see that the Congress approves funding to lay out bids for munitions acquisitions on a near continuous basis at that point at a high production rate. That's really the way that you would fix that issue. And so with that, I hope that is addressed to the best I can, and I thank you for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Chris Feilbach. And thank you very much, Chris, for that 20. And we appreciate that very, very much. He said the government can surveil this duck while AI dominates their AI, only half joking.
Well, I would say, you know, as far as the government looking into my stuff, I mean, the legal answer is that's none of your business. As far as the government saying, are you doing any crime? Hell, I'm not going to sit there and say, please come into my house and look around for anything that you can find wrong. Because if someone's doing that, I can tell you this, I'm not someone who says that the police are a bad institution or law enforcement is evil, because it's a necessary institution of the public. But the job of law enforcement, if we look at it at its most basic boiled down form, is to be able to try and instill public order and to enforce the law. And that means that if they find any infraction of the law, they are going to try and come after you, no matter what. So if anyone's showing up to your door out of the blue, just unprompted, going, are you doing something illegal? Can we come in and look around? Even if they don't find what they were originally looking for, they're going to find something else at that point, because why the hell else are they showing up? So then at that point, you're right as an American to say, that's none of your business. You're not coming in my house. If you want to, get a warrant. And then just close the door and tell them, leave my property, see you. And close the door, and that's that. If they do something beyond that, then you'll just have to sue whatever police department it is or whatever law enforcement agency is, because they don't have qualified immunity for everything, especially a constitutional violation of your rights. But as far as law enforcement goes...
The interesting part is about that is, like, for example, let's take the NSA, for example, because the NSA gathers data on everybody. The logic behind their dragnet collection of data, the logic behind it is they claim that they don't access it until they need to access it. So it's collected, it's put on the server, but it's not viewed by an NSA officer until there's a probable cause to do so. But the problem is this, though. If they collect something and then they see something, like, for example, let's say they collect John Doe's data. Let's say that John Doe has done something illegal. Let's say they find something illegal on his computer system. If they accessed that and found it without a warrant, that cannot be used in court. So even if that person committed a crime and they find evidence of it on that computer system, they can't prosecute them for it, because if they go to court and try to prosecute it, the evidence will be thrown out and excluded from the trial, and they won't be able to prosecute or convict because they can't use that data because it was not obtained with a warrant. So it'll be thrown out for that reason. So even if they're able to access it like that, they can't prosecute you on it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Also, I saw Hokey Redneck say, don't open the door. Oh, no, open the door. Open the door. Like, pull out your phone, start recording, open the door. And then if they say, you got something illegal going on in there? You say, what business is it to you? I'm not answering your questions. And then if they say, we're going to come in and take a look. No, you're not coming in. You have a warrant? No, we're going to go in, though, because we got reasonable articulated suspicion. Well, you have to have a warrant. Reasonable articulated suspicion, unless if it's an emergency circumstance, doesn't qualify you to have the ability to come and search my house. You can go get a warrant. Well, if you don't get out of the way of this door and let us in, we're going to arrest you for obstruction. And then go, okay, go ahead and arrest me. I'm not going to let you in unless you arrest me. You don't resist the police at that point, because then that would be a charge. But let them arrest you, because then you can sue that police department for, one, an unlawful search, and two, an unlawful arrest. And they don't have no law enforcement agency in America has a right to do either one of those things. This is a clear constitutional violation. Hell, you're making bank at that point. You can sue whatever that department that is for basically everything they have within their funds. So I mean, that's what I generally say, because a constitutional right's a constitutional right. Like, I wouldn't be scared of speaking to law enforcement at your door if they don't have a warrant and they're wanting to come in. I mean, if they arrest you, worst thing that's going to happen is you're going to be minorly inconvenienced for a little bit, and then you get to sue them later because they don't have qualified immunity. So that's what I'd say. And for people who go, oh, look at that, taking advantage of government money. Well, hell, the law enforcement agents shouldn't have been violating constitutional rights and laws. Unfortunate for their department and unfortunate for the public, but that doesn't mean that they get to trample on a citizen's rights and they have no recourse or due process to seek amends for that wrong. But anyways, with that,
I think the police officers that did the improper act ought to pay for it out of their own bank account, their own pension. They ought to be the ones paying for it, not the taxpayer. The taxpayer was the one that was wronged by their illegal action. So why is the taxpayer paying themselves back for it? It's like it should be coming from the person that did the wrong.
Yeah, I would say so. Also, someone said, who's going to represent you? The free lawyer? Well, I mean, you can hire one. Like, that's not out of the question. And secondly, a lot of attorneys, hearing what had happened, if it's a clear constitutional violation of your rights, a lot of attorneys will take that up for free on a contingency fee, where if they win the case, then they get paid a percentage of whatever the winnings are. So you don't even, like, it's in some cases like that, if it's clearly an open and shut case, a slam dunk where millions are to be made, you don't even have to pay an attorney. The attorney will get paid out of whatever the court's ruling is and what they say the law enforcement agency have to pay you in restitution.
Are you talking about on a criminal case?
No, like, for example, like an unlawful search and an unlawful arrest, on like claims of obstruction because you were stopping them from entering your house without a warrant.
Yeah, I guess so. It's just that's a very difficult case, by the way. Those are very difficult. Like, it has to be so blatant that it has to be almost like a textbook perfect case to win one like that because of the qualified immunity. Because generally the law does favor the law enforcement. Like, even if they act wrong, like, you have to go through a lot of hoops. I think it's like intentional malice or actual, I don't know what the exact legal term is for it. I forgot about all that stuff since law school, but there's like a specific threshold they have to meet in order to breach the qualified immunity. And so it's a very large threshold.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like in the specific scenario I'm talking about where you open the door and they're like, are you doing something illegal? We're coming in there to search. And you're like, no, you're not. you don't have a warrant. And then they say, okay, well, if you don't move out of the way, we're arresting you for obstruction of lawful activities. I mean, that is clearly an unlawful arrest, and that's also an unlawful search without a warrant. And they have to have a warrant to be able to search your residence or domicile. So, both of those things, I mean, that's almost an open and shut case right there in itself.
Yeah, pretty much. Also, someone said, "Boys, you're so naive about how the laws work." Also, by the way, I grew up in a family that my father was a lawyer. I went to law school for 1 year, and then I decided not to do that and do YouTube and do reporting instead. But he said, "You don't have rights." They would claim there was something. Do you know how much an attorney costs? Criminal attorneys are expensive, by the way. Like, I don't deny that whatsoever. And also, public defenders, a lot of the time, are atrocious. That offends some people, but that's just the truth. I've seen public defenders, most of them don't give a damn about the case they're handling. I'm sure there's a few good ones out there, but if you got a public defender, like, Lord help you, if you have a public defender and you have a somewhat complex criminal case. So attorneys are expensive, but if you can afford yourself a decent representation, most of that stuff that the police try to, like, mangle their way around the law, a good attorney should be able to deal with that. But, getting a good attorney and then also trying to balance, it not being crazy expensive, like at an hourly rate, that's a tough thing these days, because attorneys are charging, I've heard attorneys are charging $500 and $600 an hour, which is absolutely insane, by the way. But just 10 years ago, they were charging like $200 to $300. Now it's like $600 an hour, which is, most people can't afford that. Like, you got to go get huge loans to go afford an attorney like that. And also, they want a retainer up front, which is billed against.
Also, you do have rights, for one, and secondly, if you live in a municipality where it is the police department's policy that they have to have an active body camera, that could come up in court if they say, oh, we don't have the body camera footage for that. That could come up in court later and say this is clearly showing some sort of questionable actions here by the police department. And secondly, that's also why I said you record everything on your phone. And that doesn't mean that you scream like an idiot, I know my rights, when you don't know your rights. Like, you don't have a right to fight against the police if they say you're under arrest. Like, if you're under arrest, you just go ahead and say, okay, you just put your hands up, and then if they put them behind your back and they arrest you, you can't sit there and struggle against them. And it's fine, because at that point, if they're arresting you clearly unlawfully, they don't have a warrant or anything, I mean, that's going to be a pretty clear case in the future after that. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Jack Ray, and he puts in 11. And thank you very much, Jack, as well. He said, the Ukrainians are just helping the Russians fit fully under the thermal blankets by trimming them down a little bit. Sometimes they only charge an arm and a leg for the service.
Sometimes they call that cutting down the size, which is what they're trying to do to the Russian army on a daily at this point. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $10 support from Mike, who said, here's a little for you both. And it's not much, so go buy a coffee on me. And LOC.
Hey, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, we wouldn't be able to have a cup of coffee, and of course, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $10 support from Hole DCE, who said LSA. And I actually think this is a major proxy war to the Israeli-India-UAE alliance from my perspective. And I've been wondering when another proxy war outside of the Sudan and Yemen were going to break out.
It might be so. Actually, that might be the case. We'll have to see on this one. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Kachulian343, who puts in a 10. And they said something that makes Iran burning the evidence so heinous to their people, as well as is that the certain activity commission is banned in Islam. And they didn't just wipe out their family and friends, they desecrated their souls too.
That's actually an interesting point. I've never thought about that, but I suppose you would be right, because we generally do know that they're being brought to a central collection point. They might be mass burying them in a grave, because we don't know what they're doing. It's either cremation or mass burial, and if they are heavily religious, which usually like theologies just kind of do that for control purposes, they actually don't believe anything that they preach, they're probably cremating all of them, because that would be an even more surefire way to remove most of the evidence. But they might also be mass burying them if they're trying to follow their religious theology and they actually believe what they preach, which is most likely unlikely, to be entirely honest. But a big thanks to you for the support. Because, I mean, you can look around the rest of the Middle East, just to say that really quickly, or any other religious theocracy in the world. And I mean, there's something about a bionicle something from Saudi Arabia going around right now. And from what I generally understand, if those claims are generally true, that would have been haram, what that person did, and yet it apparently doesn't matter to them. So it's like it once again shows The religious theology only preaches as far as it can say the words. It never follows what it preaches. That's just always the case. But anyways, moving on from the Bionicles, which Matthew got a huge hoot out of, like right there. He thought that was a pretty creative one. With that,
Bionicles. I'll tell you what, oh man, I'll tell you what. As I said, what about that so and so in the bionic bleep bleep bleep? It's like, what the hell? Like, there's some things I just don't really want to know about as a person. I don't want to know everything that happens in this world that's of that nature. I really don't.
I think it's important to know so that way we can prosecute the people who conducted these
I mean,
crimes.
there's nothing illegal about having a bionic bleep bleep bleep. But I mean, it's
Well,
just maybe possibly if you're doing wrong things with such stuff, possibly that could be an issue. But I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, we'll have to see. Also, some people are like, Bionicle. It's something to do with the whole thing with the island and the files and everything. It's one of those. So with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Siddhartha Hosoda, who put in a 10. And he said, good work.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying our work. And so a huge thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Cachulian343, who put in a 10. And thank you very much, Cachulian, as well. He said two major players knocked off and another one in custody. I know it's intense down there, but Mexico is performing admirably. And do you think they might be starting to clean house with the cartel?
I think that they might be trying, maybe due to some significant external pressure, and we'll generally have to see how that goes, because, if they start going after too many cartels at one time, they all might unite against the Mexican government, and then that could be quite a hairy situation for them. So we'll generally have to see. But a big thanks to you for the support, and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Cachulian yet again, who puts in a 10. He said, you can't call yourself a patriot if you criticize your country and further, or if you can't criticize your country and further, and that those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty or safety in their view.
That's actually a quote from Benjamin Franklin, one of our original founding fathers, and that's something that has fallen upon a lot of people these days on deaf ears. I find it so funny. Like, I gotta say, because I gotta point out the hypocrisy here, that whenever a certain group, and it's the one that leans to the right, talks about firearms and the cops possibly coming and taking their guns, they say, come and get it over my dead body and all that. But then whenever the police just want to wander through their house and see if they're doing anything illegal, then it's, oh, please come in, officer. Please put the boot on my neck a little more. Just like that, please. Thank you. That'd be great. It's like, where the hell is this whole liberty-loving mindset whenever the Republicans are in charge or the Democrats? Because when the Democrats are in charge, the Democrats stomping on everyone's necks with a boot, that's totally fine according to the Democrats because it's got a little donkey on it. And then when they put a MAGA cap on it for the Republicans, then the authoritarianism is fine. It's like, I don't get it. Like, I don't get it at all, because looking at it from my perspective as a citizen, not as a member of the GOP or the Democratic Party, I look at this as just a complete abridgment of the liberties and rights. Not even liberties, these are rights that American citizens are owed just by the fact of their existence. I find that to be absolutely ridiculous. And what's stupid is that someone's about to come and say, oh, you clearly hate America because you don't want the government putting a boot on your neck. Okay, well, when they come and take your guns, shut the hell up and don't bitch about it, all right? Because you don't get to pick and choose what you like the government stepping on you over and not. If they're either just stepping on you all the way and you're getting screwed, or you're not. So you can kind of pick your poison, but you don't get to pick and choose exactly how the poison affects you. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, at least in my opinion. And a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to, excuse me, by the way, I don't know what's got me coughing, but our next one here goes to JP on the Road, who puts in a 10. He said, have you read or seen in 1984 by George Orwell, a dystopian Big Brother totalitarianism, surveillance, and the manipulation of the truth, a parallel universe, and it's no longer a prophecy? But and what's interesting, JP, is that book was actually just based on history. Throughout history, there has been rises of, systems like that have generally mirrored it to a certain degree or another. The last time we saw this was back in the mid-1900s. That's the last time we saw this. And after that, it generally went away for a large part, but it still sort of existed in some countries. But we're seeing a rise of it yet again today in 2026. And it looks like it's making a comeback, unfortunately. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that's actually true. There's actually a historical kind of like an ebb and flow from attempted authoritarian systems to more, I guess you could say, liberal forms of government, which is what the U.S. technically is. And it's really interesting because we've gone from this general idea of a liberal government that existed for a while here in the last century, and now we're moving back into the throe of authoritarianism. And it's really something else because no matter where you look, this is being attempted in Russia, China, Britain, Germany, France. Here, it's being attempted everywhere. It's a rise of another authoritarian age. And here comes someone. Oh, the evil democrats or the MAGA. It's everyone. If you were blind to see it, it's everyone. It's not just one party. Wake up and look at it. Because when your party gets in charge and they start stepping on everyone with their own with the very same authoritarianism as the other party, it's just that it's got a little MAGA cap or a Democrat donkey on it. You'll be going, oh well, this authoritarianism is fine. It's for a good cause. And then when the next party gets in charge, they're going to use that very same thing to screw you over. And then you'll go, oh, this is an injustice, and it's an injustice no matter who's doing it. But anyways, big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 7 from Jacqueline Parks, who said, misshelled meant military savagist. LOL. Wow. I can visualize a, let's see here. What does this mean? Let me pull this up real quick. Let's see here. I don't think that word actually exists right here. They said, I can visualize something to enforcer. Hey, what is the military equipment in yabba dibba? What equo D we need? Where is it? And thanks.
I thank you for the support. Sadly, I don't know what that means, but I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running nonetheless. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Uncovered Cube. And we thank you very much, Uncovered Cube, for that support. He said, a little thanks for all y'all do, and thanks to the LSA and Slava Ukraine.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying what we do. And of course, Slava Ukraini, Haram Slava, and a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to SC Dear Girl, who puts in a 5. And they said, locked and loaded boys and girls.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from the Dark Warrior, who said, shall we dub this new war? Let's see. I don't know if I can read that right there. I'm not sure if we're going to be dubbing it that. But Enforcer, what do you say?
And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running because folks like you make it possible. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Coinda Group, who said, what's with all the PA Poseidons up in the moment? U.S. looking for submarines or something? And there is 3 up on flight radar around the Middle East.
They're probably just conducting, military exercises. I'm just kidding. Let me go see what we got right now. Okay, so we have, that's a 777. That's a P-8. And that appears to be the only one we've got out right now. Appears the rest of the aircraft in the area are just, basically the endless conga line of airlifts we got going on. So, sadly, I won't be able to comment on that at the moment because I'm not able to see exactly where they are. But it appears that it's just general maritime patrol activities, probably trying to get a little bit of additional intelligence as well. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you for the support and help with the channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a support here from Philly, who put in a 5 and said, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Lieutenant, who said the pizza tracker is spiking.
And it's spiking a lot these days. They must be busy out there at the Pentagon. And so a massive thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from A Grain of Salt, who said, what drinks do you guys like to pair with your succulent Costco chickens? I have spine surgery coming up, and I'm definitely grabbing one of those chickens. I also hope it goes well, by the way. That sounds like a complex surgery right there. Also, drinks, I usually just drink water, to be honest. I'm very basic with that. Usually just a bottle of water. Kirkland Signature brand, though. But Enforcer, what say you?
I drink water or milk. That's really basically the only 2 things that I drink. It's a pure water milk diet. That's all it is. And so I hope that you do have a good success for that spinal surgery. It's spinal. And I hope that it turns out well. And I also hope that you enjoy the succulent Costco chicken. Make sure to try and eat it and also carve it up on day 1. Because if you leave it in the bag overnight, it actually ends up getting a little bit dry. So it's best to try and carve it up and put it in a Tupperware and then eat a good amount of it on the first day you get it. Because that is when it is the most succulent. It's just great on the first day. And so a huge thanks to you so much for the support. I hope that does address that well. And the best of luck to you. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Ol Hednar, who put in a 5. He said, why does the government system a two-party system instead of a multi-party one? And it seems to be more detrimental than beneficial nowadays. And LSA.
I'd say that political parties or factionalism is ultimately detrimental to every political system. I think that the concept of political parties is ridiculous, and that does not mean I'm an independent. I want to make that clear. The independents are basically a party of their own, and they're also ridiculous. Political parties should not exist. I believe that what George Washington said about factionalism and the rise of political parties being a great danger to the nation is incredibly true back then and now. Political parties already existed by the time he made that statement. And I would say that it is more damaging because nothing is ever looked at anymore as the best interest of the nation. It's basically the best interest of the party over the nation now, which is a parasitic sort of a relationship. It's ultimately destructive, because if you look at the two parties, when in the hell have they ever just said that something was in the best interests of the nation and done it for that reason? They never have. There's always a consideration of, oh, how's this going to hurt the party? How's this going to affect the midterms in the presidential election? And then that means that every single one of their decisions at the end of it all, it doesn't even prioritize the best interest of the citizenry and the republic. It prioritizes the best interest of their political party and its success over everything else. Which I'd actually say, like in my honest opinion, to say as strongly worded as I believe in this, I believe that that's paramount to treason, basically, because it's putting the interest of another small group that exists in the United States over the interest of the nation itself. That's generally how I look at it, but that's just my personal opinion. I have very strong beliefs on that sort of stuff. But I think that there should not be political parties. I think that representatives, senators, and the president should be elected by their constituencies, not on the political agendas, but on the policies that they have specifically for their constituency and then specifically for the nation, regardless of the party. But I hope that does address that the best I can.
Also, by the way, being an independent is not a political party, by the way.
I mean, like, it kind of is, because they kind of group together the funding for, like, presidential campaigns and stuff for, like, the guy that they put forward. So it kind of ends up being a party.
I think you're thinking about, like, a libertarian or something like that.
Like, not quite, because, like, people like, who the hell was that guy who said, what the hell is Aleppo? Like, he basically
I think he was a libertarian.
Let me go pull that up. His name was Gary Johnson, wasn't it?
I believe so.
Let's see here. Gary Johnson, let's see. Let's see. Oh, he is a libertarian. Okay, so never mind. And then I'd stand.
Yeah, independents, they have an I next to their name, and they're not affiliated with any political party.
Oh, I see. Well, I mean, changing my statement, generally the independents always end up going to the Libertarian Party. Let's say that's the biggest one of them all, because the Green Party and all those groups, they don't even get votes. So it's basically just the Libertarians. And then at that point, it's basically a party. Although they are technically not exactly independents, they're Libertarians. They basically do represent the independents at this point.
Yeah, possibly a little bit.
But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to James Hughes, and he put in a 10. And thank you very much, James, for that $10 support. We do appreciate that. He said, do you know where the USA is with drone jets, and are they different for the Navy and the Air Force?
From what we know, they generally will be different for the Navy and the Air Force, because they're going to have different specifications for each of the craft. But they're still in the prototyping and research and development phase on most of those systems at the moment. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Chris Feilbach. And thank you, Chris, once again for that support. He said, hopefully this isn't too late in the stream, but my last super chat was meant to be extremely anti-surveillance for pretty much all the reasons you laid out.
And I thank you for the support. And I would say that I'm sorry if we misunderstood that, but I'm heavily against surveillance. Sure. If we get rid of everyone's rights in this country, it's going to run like a fine sewing machine, but at what cost? And that's what people don't understand anymore these days. What cost does it come at to have some sort of efficiency? Because, I mean, you could look at the Soviet Union and say Stalin killing 30 million people was a good thing, and you could look at Germany and make that same claim, and it's like, what cost did that come at? It came at barbaric and inhuman acts. And that's not what the United States is, and that's not what it ever should be. And as long as I'm alive, I'm going to continue to say that it never should be that way, and continue to try and encourage people to think that it shouldn't be that way, so that way it doesn't become that way. But I hope that does address addressed it the
Oh,
best.
and I think Chris was saying that during his last super chat. By the way, he was basically saying they take a hike trying to surveil them.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying here. Like, I'm like, sorry if I misunderstood you, but I would stand by that statement as well, and I would stand by that being really the argument for it. It's like, efficiency at what cost? And it would be the cost of everyone's rights, which isn't an American concept. So I definitely agree with you on that, Chris. And I'm sorry if we misunderstood that earlier. But a humongous thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ted. And Ted said, I grew up in the Florida Keys. It's pretty common for boats to be stolen in South Florida and then used to transport people out of Cuba.
Huh, that's interesting to hear. I've never heard of that. I'll have to look into that and research that a little bit. But the guns, though, like, that's the question. The guns part, where they were shooting at the Cubans, just where did that come from? But a big thanks to you for the support nonetheless and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Butchie777, and thank you very much, Butchie, for that support, and we appreciate that. We also have a 3 from Stan America, LSA, and also a 2 from Bruce Lee, and a huge shout out to all 3 of you for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a big shout out to each and every one of y'all for the incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like y'all, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. And so a humongous thanks to y'all so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, folks, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
We also have a 5 from Nico, and he said, put this toward your Costco chicken fund.
Hey, and we love the Costco chickens. And I got to thank you so much for the support, and we will put that towards the chicken fund. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Common Sense, and thank you very much, Common Sense, for that $5 support. Sadly, we can't look into that on the stream, because I don't think YouTube's going to like that much, but we do appreciate that support. And we also have a 4 from Vid, who said, please look up the pronunciation of Balochistan.
And I will try and look that up and take a little bit of a look at that. And so a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on and into the next one.
And our next one goes to Kyle Padell, who puts in a 10. He said, my favorite plane is a flying fortress. Excuse me. Hello from Oklahoma in my backyard.
The flying footrest.
I was struggling with that. I don't know why. That one really threw me for a loop. I might have been having a stroke.
Oh, yes, the flying footrest. It's a great aircraft, truly. I mean, like, I've actually been on one of these things. I actually got to wander around the aluminum overcast twice. It's a really cool plane. These are really neat. In terms of style points, I say that they look cooler than the B-29s and the Liberators, but, that's me. I mean, technically, those are better bombers than the Flying Fortress, but the Flying Fortress has got the style. I mean, this is one hell of a plane. I would even say it's better than the Lancaster, really, like in looks, well, not really in performance, but in looks it certainly was. But I thank you so much for the support, and I'd have to agree with you. As far as bombers go for the Second World War, this also takes the cake, in my opinion, as the best-looking one. I'm kind of biased towards the United States a little bit, so, take that for what you will. But anyways, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Barry McNutt, and thank you very much, Barry, for that $20 support. He said, Costco chicken is good and all, but you guys deserve some of that dessert. The Costco chocolate muffins, late night snacks. Thank you for the years of information. Much appreciated, and LSA. And I actually got the Costco chocolate mousse pack that they have in that little freezer section, like right near the prepared food. That's actually pretty solid. Like, that's actually something very solid for a dessert from Costco. I like that a lot. But Enforcer, what say you?
Thank you so much for the support as well, and I thank you for the dessert fund. I actually usually get like a little dessert here and there. Like, I actually got the fudge from Costco this time around. It's really good. But usually I get the poppy seed muffins. Those are really delicious too. And a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a super chat from Zach Cruz, who put in a 2. He said, pizza peaking 594% war with Iran starting.
And, that's a possibility there. That's definitely a possibility. And I thank you for the support and pointing that out. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Vermont Guy, who said that there's an internal armed conflict in Ecuador.
Oh yeah, there is that. I forgot about that. There is one of those going on right now. A little conflict in Ecuador, by the way. Forgot to mention that earlier. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it ringing. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Alejandro. He said, thank you for all you do, and check out the Taliban supercar. They said MADA 9.
Let's see. Let me see here. Oh. This one. It's let me show it.
I can't see anything.
Here we go. I had to go get it, man. Like, hey, I'll be patient. This is it.
They who they built that?
So they made it out of ramen and clay and some balsa wood, from what I know. I'm just kidding. They actually made this thing legitimately, but apparently this is Afghanistan's attempt at a supercar. I'm not gonna lie, it actually does look pretty cool. But where in the world do they have a factory and also the logistics chain to be able to make one of these? And that's really
Are we talking about the same Taliban?
Yeah, this is it. Like these
Is that a picture I'm standing next to it?
Yeah, these are.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That doesn't even make sense.
Like, let's see here. Let me see if I can show you. Like, for some reason, in a lot of the marketing, like, this guy's, like, absolutely covered in mud, which I don't really think lines up with the whole supercar image thing. It's like this guy came crawling out of, like, shoveling shit out of a ditch and then, like, marketed a supercar. But, I mean, you know, it is what it is. But beyond that, I mean, it's kind of wild. I don't know if they're mass-producing these things, but they do have at least one of them that they show around a good bit, so kind of wild.
Hell, maybe they missed their calling. Instead of being a terror group, they should have been into the car design business the whole time. It turns out they were just simply misguided the whole time. They actually have a decent eye for design. It's not bad looking for a first try.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, it's honestly pretty. I mean, it's actually pretty clean. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it's pretty interesting. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address it well. Big thanks to you for the support and sharing that. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to A Grain of Salt, who puts in a 5. They said, what's your guys' view on the cheesecake? I love it, but it doesn't love me. I still suffer for a good cheesecake. And LSA.
Cheesecake is pretty good. I like cheesecake. It's not bad. It's just that recently I haven't had a lot for a dessert. Generally, I just don't have dessert a lot. Sugar actually kind of makes me sick if I eat it. And so I generally avoid sugary stuff most of the time. Sometimes I will indulge. I do like the taste of sugar, but it makes me physically feel sick to eat it afterwards. So, you know, while I eat sugary stuff from time to time, it's not incredibly common. And so a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, a big shout to Blazoth and Mr. Jones for that $1 support. We appreciate that very, very much. And we also have a 2 from Bruce Lee. He said, curtail cartels. That should be the rule.
And I would have to say, nah, you know, generally that's not a bad rule. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have a 2 from Taoist Auditor, who said, to think a F111 2 seats is the size of a B-17.
You know, that's the crazy thing about it. Like, you know, if you look at a B-17, you would think it's massive because it's got all of these machine guns. It's a bristling, giant-looking bomber. And then, if I take an Su-27, which I'm going to get right here, this Su-27, lengthwise, is the same length from tip to tail as this B-17, which is mind-blowing when you actually find that out. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that quite well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $2 support from Jack. He said, the world's first KFC is right there in Salt Lake City, Utah.
And that's true, actually. This is where KFC started, in Utah, which makes no sense. Why is it not Utah Fried Chicken? UFC. Well, I think that would be another group. I think they're going to be beating each other's ass on the south lawn of the White House this year. So, hey, let's give it up to Utah Fried Chicken. And so with that, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And with that, folks, it's now time to get into our live chat questions and Morse code decoders. And once again, a huge shout out to everybody once again for supporting the channel tonight. We do appreciate that. And getting into the Morse code roster tonight, we had Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Heroic Fluffiness, Kush, Kopateric, Sire, and Brian. They said, the Morse said, the Taliban is back to getting their tail beat by the Pakistanis. Jolly good show. LLT, LSA.
And and that's the sound of money. Y'all got the dent on the nail. That is the Morse code message of the night. I got to congratulate y'all greatly on getting that correct time and time again. Y'all are always showing us what the Lee Springer Arsenal Corps can do, and it's a wildly fascinating and incredible thing to see. The Lee Springer Arsenal Corps at work every single night. And so with that, folks, it's time for us to move on into our live chats. Sadly, due to exorbitantly extreme time constraints tonight, because we are definitely going to be running a 4-hour-long stream at this point, we are going to be getting 3 live chat questions and then rounding out the stream for the night. So we are on to the third to last question of the night.
And that live chat question is going to go to Cedric, who said, what happened to the early 2000s doctrine where the U.S. doesn't want to negotiate with terrorists?
Well, I guess you got thrown out the window because basically everybody's negotiated with terrorists these days, and I find that to be ridiculous. I hope that does address that well. Also, I see a lot of people saying, I have diabetes. I don't have diabetes, actually. I just get sick from eating it. Like, it's like a mental or thing or something, because not to get a lot into it, but there was some tests I took recently. I don't have diabetes. Like, it's just, like, for some reason, I think it's a mental thing. I just feel sick if I eat sugar, like a lot of it. I could eat sugar, like that's totally fine. But if I eat like a lot of it, like a lot of cake or something like that, I'm just gonna feel like physically sick, like I'd want to throw up. I don't feel like lethargic or tired or anything. I just don't feel good. I feel like nauseous. But anyways, with that, we are on to the second and last question of the night.
And this one goes to Forrester. You said, if we make a THAAD per month, how does Lockheed Martin and the companies meet the demand of long-term defense if the Iran conflict runs a few weeks? And do you think Israel would be thinking about it?
You just ramp up production. Like the production is not set on a schedule. Like you can up the production. Like we were only making like a certain number of P-51 Mustang. Well, actually, it would have been at that time P-40s, I believe, at the beginning of World War II, and only a certain number of F-4Fs. Then once the war started, you just build out the production facilities, ramp up the production numbers, run the assembly lines for longer, and you were able to generally pump out even more weaponry and munitions. So if they wanted to fix that problem, all you have to do is up the amount of munitions being produced on a daily basis. That's what Ukraine did. A lot of people said, oh my God, Ukraine's only got enough munitions for 4 months. 4 years later, they haven't run out of munitions. That's because they just produce more of them. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. We are on to the final question of the night. And so who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that one goes to one from the chat who said, would we try to clear the Iranian airspace of commercial flights before strikes, or the U.S. just simply start striking and hope that they scurry away?
Generally, I think that we ought to just go all in. Like, there's no reason to conduct strikes and then see what they're doing. I mean, it's not like we're swatting a bug and we're going to hit it and see if it's still moving and then hit it again. This is something that we have to dismantle the Iranian government. We just have to keep hitting them until they're gone. That's basically what my answer to it would be. So I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, it is time for us to round out tonight's stream. But before we do, we actually have one last $10 super chat from TJ Sings BJ, who said, thanks for all you do. I wish a network would pick you guys up, as you are the real news. And I thank you incredibly for the support and the high praise. I actually wouldn't want to get picked up by a big network unless if they gave us the absolute autonomy to run the news how we wanted to and the way we do it, because otherwise we would then get some sort of a head honcho that would be telling us, say these things or you're fired or we're terminating your contract and so on and so forth. So I thank you massively for the support, and I would generally accept an offer like that, but that would be under the contingency that we would be able to do and say exactly how we want, like we do on this show right now, with no strings attached. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again for support. And with that, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. I do thank you all so much for watching. We're always entirely honored and greatly appreciative to have had all of y'all here, and we hope that you've enjoyed this stream tonight incredibly. If y'all have, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and support us on Patreon. The link's in the description below if you want to. You don't have to. And usually I say that for videos. I said that accidentally here because I got brainwashed into saying that because I had to do like 5 takes for that video today. But nevertheless, I thank you all so much once again for watching. We will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is a short war video to be made, Enforcer Matt will be the one making it. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Ram Slava, long live the Lead Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we appreciate you all for joining us once again tonight. And also a big shout out to Crispy, by the way, just threw in a $20 support. We appreciate that as well, Crispy. We do appreciate that generosity. And also a big shout out to the 183,000 plus people that were here tonight, by the way. A whopping amount of people tuning in for the news these days. And we appreciate every single one of you for choosing us as your news source. Honestly, we kind of have the market cornered. There's not too many options, but we appreciate you all for joining us anyway. And we will see you all tomorrow on the next Nightly War News stream and midday for the short war video if there is enough news to cover. And of course, we are on high alert because it's going into the weekend. Tomorrow's Friday, obviously, or today is, but it's now 12:03 a.m. in our time zone. So we'll see what's going to happen this weekend. And apparently it's decision-making time on Iran. So with that, thank you all once again. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest and good night.